was such a great signing. It's because every player from Spillane, you name it, man, they all want to come back. They're all sitting there going, unless I'm getting paid life-changing money for me to go to another team, I'm going to play with the Raiders.
What scares me the most is like if Spillane doesn't come back, this linebacker room is horrible. Please, Spillane, re-sign with the Raiders, get an extension, do it now. Do it now.
It's one of those things that I'm glad that we brought Patrick Graham back, because if we didn't bring Patrick Graham back, we were definitely in a whole lot of trouble. And there's like a whole laundry list of reasons why. And I'll tell you one specifically, since you were talking about Spillane, and that's because with Patrick Graham, he likes to run two linebackers. With most other defensive coordinators, even in a 4-3, they run three linebackers. So if we couldn't get Spillane back, then we're really in a deep hole, because to be honest with you, I don't like Diablo, and Diablo can go somewhere. You know what I'm saying?
No, I don't think anybody likes Diablo.
Especially for the money that we might have to fork out to retain him. I think we can get something better for him. But I think Spillane is definitely one of the key guys that is going to be back solely because of Patrick Graham. I think Mary's one of those guys, and I think Kuntz is also another guy that they're going to be negotiating something on that end too. So Patrick Graham,
Chaseon's going to come back.
Okay.
Man. Please, Chaseon.
Those are all benefits to us. You know what I'm saying?
Just real quick, Jason, right now, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but I just want to get this out.
Yeah, go ahead.
His contract right now is $3.3 million, so he's going to definitely want more than that.
Probably about $5 million, $6 million, right?
Wait. Is it 3.3 mil for the games that he played, or 3.3
that's
mil?
His current contract right now is what he's playing. He's playing on a 3.3 mil contract. That's what we.
Okay, so they'll probably sit there and go, great, we'll give you 3 years, $6 million apiece. That's done.
I think he's going to want more than that. He knows his value. He knows how much he means to us.
I mean, he's a former first-round draft pick.
I know. Yeah. He's a former first-round draft pick that got dumped out. Kenna. He got dumped out.
I see it. This. I see it.
He's going to want this. He's going to want 10, I'm telling you.
And it's going to be
because he's going to want at least 10.
Well, if we're going 10, then I'm going back to Kuntz. I'd rather have Kuntz come back in our system, who's been there. I ain't paying, Chaseon $10 million a season. I want Kuntz. I'd pay him over Chaseon then.
I think you guys are missing like when free agency happens. Okay, so and again, I'm not pretending like I know how to do this, but I'm SpyTech. We're in a new regime. Pete Carroll's here, right? And then we're talking defense, signing people up for defense. Okay, so I'm sitting on a table with any one of these players in where I just brought their coaches back. I brought Rob Leonard back, who everybody knows is kind of like the heart and soul of that whole defense, like keeping them together, right? He's like the Basaccia of that whole group, right? And then you got Patrick Graham, who's the pure teacher, right, of the whole thing, and he brought him back. And these guys who showed success, whether it's Kuntz, whether it's Chaseon, doesn't matter. Jack Jones, Nate Hobbs, Morig, all of them. They showed success with the current system. Unless another team, Jack Kenna, is calling, like begging to have these people, what's going to happen is SpyTech's going to stare him in the eyes and he's going to say, hey, so the draft's coming up. And I'm sure you probably paid attention to all the really good, young talent that's coming out that we're going to have a chance to get. So let's say it's Morig, right? Let's say it's Morig. Okay, so Twuan, this is my pitch for Morig. Hey, Trayvon, so, obviously we brought back your coaches and we would love to have you in the team. We'd love to make you a Raider for life. This is the budget that we have. And just so that we're also thinking maybe if Malachi Starks is in the first or the second for us, we might go get him so that you can go train him, right? That's basically SpyTech saying to him, if you don't take this contract, we're going to replace you with Malachi Starks. Would you like to take this contract or not? That's pretty much how it's going to go for all of them. hey, Spillane, here's what we got for you. But there's this kid in Georgia by the name of Javon Walker, who everybody keeps talking about, and we're just thinking of picking him up if he falls to us so that you can train him. These are all the signals. It's going to be like, hey, we're going to take this new young guy for you to train him, but this is the contract cap we have for you already to show to them. If you say no, you can go because we're going to replace you.
I think Angelo, I agree with you to an extent. I think there is some guys though that I'm going to push back on you a little bit. I think Spillane is a guy that is pretty much, hey, what do you want? You know what I'm saying? What do you want? Let's make that work. With Merrick, he's close to that, but everybody else, Kuntz, I think with Chase on, I think they're going to play ball. Because what you can do with Kuntz is, hey, we like you, but you've been injured. This is the price that we have for you. You know what I'm saying? With Chase on, hey, we got you from the bargain bin. Remember, we saved you. This is what we have for you. So they're definitely, I was clapping because we have to understand that Spytek is going to play ball with these guys. You know what I'm saying? But I hope that he doesn't play ball too much with like the Spillane and Merrick, because I think with those guys, I don't think that defense really moves the way that it moves without those guys. I think Merrick is definitely the guy on the back end of our defense that can do whatever that needs to be done and make sure Isaiah Palomau is ready to go. You know what I'm saying? But that the heartbeat of our defense is right in the middle, and that's Robert Spillane. So I think I like I said, I partially agree with you, but with those two guys, I think it's more of, hey, what do you want, and let's make it work.
No, and that's a good point, Twuan, and I'll add this, Jeff. I think that the first domino before the draft and before free agency that you guys are going to see happen is Max Crosby will be one of the top 3 highest paid edge rushers in the league. He's going to reset that market. Okay. That's the first domino that will fall, so that Spytek, when he goes in a room with a Spillane, he's going to say, hey, so you saw that we just made Max Crosby one of the top 3 highest paid edge rushers. So this is the money that we have left. And we want you here. It's a higher pay than you were getting. But if you don't want to be here, Spill, because you think another team will give you $8-9 million more than us, then we're more than happy to let you go. Right? Like, I think that's the conversation. It's going to be a very real conversation. There's not going to be anyone that's going to outbid any of the players that want to come back by like a couple of $1 million, because these guys are saving that on taxes alone. Taxes alone, by playing here, they don't have to worry about it. So like I said, guys, it's not going to be that hard. Like, I think that the getting Robbie Leonard back and getting Patrick Graham back was them saying you can stay with the system that you have to showcase your skills for another X year. Like, why would, like, if you're a player, right, and Pete Carroll's in the room, okay? Pete Carroll's in the room, Jeff, and Pete Carroll's talking up Kuntz, and he's like, so, my contract's 3 years and I want you here for the next 3 years. Why wouldn't Kuntz sign a 3-year contract? You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, man. What? I'm not even.
Angelo, you want Kuntz for a 3-year contract? I don't want him for that.
Go ahead, John.
I want him 1-year deal.
Oh, sorry. Tom McGuire wants us to talk about the
offense? We're taking a timeout here. Timeout. Flag on the field. All right, so this poor guy's been asking, and you guys keep talking about the defense.
Sorry.
So he says, please talk about the offensive coordinator and what you guys think. I'm very leery about Chip Kelly. I really want to know your guys' input. He did ask something above that beforehand. He goes, I'm not happy about Chip Kelly. What do you guys think?
Okay.
And I'm just trying to hit all those questions real quick.
That's a great question.
Back to that main one. He goes, I'm not worried about the Raiders' defense. I'm worried about their offense. So that's why I called the timeout when I saw this. Poor guy, he came over from Twan's channel, so I want to make sure he handle it for you. Just real quick, Twuan, by the way, I haven't been subscribed to your channel. I just did it. I had subscribed. I just did it now.
Yeah, Twan's awesome,
Twan,
Jeff. I sent
I read his bio on there too, so I appreciate it.
Yeah, Twan's amazing.
We both like
I
him.
sent him the link
So
that I was going on your show, so
Oh, sweet. No, that's perfect. I don't care. So I'll give my input real quick because then I want to go out and have a cigarette because I'm dying for one.
I'm doing that now.
Yeah, bastard. My take on the offensive coordinator, I'm okay with it. It's not who I really wanted. I was kind of hoping for a chance to get LaFleur in here from the Rams. Their coordinator.
Amen, brother.
That's kind of who I wanted. But I'm okay with Chip Kelly as long as he doesn't come in with the understanding that when Pete Carroll's ready to hang it up in say 3 or 4 years, that he's got aspirations of taking over. I don't want him as a head coach. He's a better coordinator in my eyes because that just screams to me McDumdum from New England that came over here as our head coach. He was horrible in Denver, went back to being an OC. We hired him, which I didn't want to do in the first place. If you go back and watch that press conference from when he accepted the position and sat up there, it was just the most uncomfortable, fake press conference ever. I don't want that same situation with Chip Kelly because I don't think he's a head coach material. He's okay at offensive coordinator. Now, with that being said about him, there is a good side to him coming here because now he's got that insight from these Ohio State players, which I'm okay with, especially the running backs, because you got 2 coming out of Ohio State, and you got their quarterback Howard coming out too, and you got a potential with one of their offensive linemen. So there's a potential where we could have a good mix of guys that come from Ohio State that are familiar with him. He's familiar with them. He's got extra insight on these guys that can have an immediate impact for us. Whether it be the offensive linemen or the running backs. So I look at it myself as a positive thing. So I kind of like it in a way. If I was watching another show tonight with 805, and they were asking everybody to give their rating on him as the OC, and I gave him like a 7.2 out of 10. That's what I went with. But as far as him as a head coach, that'd be like a 1. I don't want him for that in the future because that's the way we got to look at it right now. Whoever our OC and DC is are the potential to take over, because I can't imagine we're going to start looking on the outside when that time comes. Patrick Graham's interviewed before, but I just feel more confident right now in our offense, better than Getsy, and I think better than fucking Turner for sure. I hope he retains Philbin as our offensive line coach because when he took over after Getsy got fired, I thought he was a step up and the offense was going. The offensive line was definitely better with him. So I'd like to see him stay and not bring Tom Cable in because that's another name I see keep getting kicked around. Don't want Tom Cable. I'm done with him. So you guys decide. I'll be right back. I will be listening though. I got my earbud in.
Nice, Jeff.
Go ahead, Jack.
Hey, what's up, 805?
I do like Tom, Cable as offensive line coach. I think it's good. But I like our offensive line coach right now. I think it's good too. I think it's kind of like it really depends on the offensive coordinator that we have now. Because I feel like our offensive linemen don't mix well with the zone blocking scheme. We ran through this the whole season this year. You look at the Eagles, they're good at both. Zone blocking, power blocking, but we don't have the players on the offensive line to do the zone blocking scheme. We saw it this whole year. Guys, it's been our weakest, position of the whole year. Our offensive line. And you look at our running backs, the running backs are with Zamir, he's a power guy. You got to run him outside. You can't run him inside. He has no vision. So until we solve the thing of our offensive line, we're not going to do much. So we got another zone blocking type, offensive coordinator. We need some offensive linemen that come in and be able to fill that role. JPJ can fill that role. I think Miller can do it, but that is it. What do you guys think?
I think to be honest with you, I like the Chip Kelly move. I think a lot of people have, the bitter taste that they have, in regards to Chip Kelly is because of him being a head coach, but that's not what we're asking for him to do. We're asking for him to be an offensive coordinator. And when you start looking at him statistically of what he's done, despite the record, if you look at what the offense ranked for every stop that he's made, it was actually good. So I'm with that. We've been in situations where our offensive coordinator didn't know anything, and I think this is an upgrade from what we have had. I'm glad that my brother Jeff was talking about Turner and Hart. We can keep going. Hart agree and all those dudes, right? They're not even close to what Chip Kelly can bring to the table. So it's good, that we have a Chip Kelly in. He's another guy, and this is what I was asking for out of the entire coaching situation, is that we brought in guys that could be a head coach respectfully for their position. Chip Kelly, he's a head coach of the offense. He can run that offense, and the head coach don't got to worry about it. Of course, he's going to say his demands, but he can give it to Chip Kelly and let Chip Kelly run with it. Same thing with Patrick Graham on the defensive side. You tell Patrick Graham what you want from it defensively, and let Patrick Graham be the head coach of the defense. And then then we got the grand wizard, right, of Pete Carroll, and he's handling whatever he needs to handle, picking up wherever, these guys may possibly fall short. So I'm excited that we kind of have, an all-star cast in regards to, the coaching in general, but Chip Kelly, like I said, when you start looking at these offenses that he was under and who he even had at quarterback, even with some of the offenses he had, he was pulling magic out of his hat. So I'm glad that we have someone that we can say, hey, he knows what to do. It's just up to him if he actually does it. So, with Chip Kelly again, I think we're in a better place than we've been before. Not saying that this is the end all be all. Not saying that Chip Kelly is the best offensive guy in the NFL or going to be the best offensive guy in the NFL, but it's definitely a step forward from what we have had in the past. We just had McDaniels, who was a really good offensive coordinator, but could not handle himself as a head coach. And I think that was his downfall, was that he was trying to be a head coach and run the offense, and he couldn't juggle that. I think that might be the same thing with Chip Kelly. Chip Kelly's a really good offensive coordinator, but when he took on the role of being a head coach and had to juggle being a head coach, which is demanding in itself, and then being an offensive coordinator and trying to put all that together, it just does not work out. That's why I believe that there's specifically only a handful of guys that you can say is an offensive coordinator and also the head coach. You could talk about Andy Reid, a proven guy, right? We know he can handle being a head coach and an offensive coordinator, right? You can keep going down the line. You can even talk about Gruden. I think Gruden was managing that well. The only downfall of Gruden was that he was trying to be GM too. So
Spiderweb banana.
Yeah. So, I think with Chip Kelly, I think it's a good thing when you start looking at the numbers of how much they score. That's way more than what we've been scoring. So if he can even bring the scoring averages that he's had, even, and I know college is different from the NFL, but if you just stick to what he did in the NFL and those averages, it's way more than what we've had. So I can believe in that, in the totality of this team, because that defense, when healthy, is a really good defense. And I think that if we had even last year, if our offense just did a little bit more, I think our offense would have been in a way better situation. But it was what it was. So overall, Chip Kelly, he's getting a thumbs up in my book. I'm still giving a side eye emoji to him, because I'm still gonna keep my eye out to make sure he's doing the right things throughout the season. And I think that's perfectly fine for everybody to do. If you're not fully on with Chip Kelly, but you're like, hey, I'm just gonna keep, watch out and wait and see, that's perfectly fine. Because again, even with me being positive about Chip Kelly, there's also some things that I'm concerned about in the same voice. So, yeah,
man, I would be.
Hold on, Jack. Come on, man. You're gonna make me mad. Jack, Kenna, you're gonna make me mad like Shaquille O'Neal on
No,
TNT.
I'm just happy.
This isn't 1, 2, 3, then back to 1.
I muted him.
Kenna, all right, it's my turn, Kenna. It's supposed to be 1, 2, 3, 4. Not 1, 2, then back to 1.
He's still talking. He's muted right now.
All right. So first of all, I don't know why. Is he still talking? But is he on muted or something?
I muted him.
Oh,
He
you
can
muted
still
him.
hear
That's
us.
so funny. Thank you, Jeff. Thank you. All right. So first of all, real talk.
I'm surprised you didn't mute me. I was talking too long.
No. You were great.
You're
You were
good.
great, Twuan. You were awesome. Real talk, Raider Nation. Shout out to you. Really good dad there, Paul. He lives here in Las Vegas also. And 805 Raider, if you guys want to
805.
follow him. He's got a really great show with my guys, Protect the Shield and Severe. Sorry you couldn't make it tonight. Secondly, I want to say, Paul, man, you got to start this coming season. You got to start coming to those UNLV games, brother, because Dan Mullen is going to really take us to a whole nother level. And I bring up Dan Mullen as our coach now here at UNLV because he's a part of that whole New Hampshire mafia, which included Chip Kelly. And, to Tom McGuire, again, I think it's important to understand the narrative that we didn't hire Chip Kelly to be a head coach. We didn't even hire Chip Kelly to be a future head coach. And in all honesty, I think the reason why we made him, is he the highest? He's either the highest or one of the highest paid offensive coordinators right now at $6 million a year, because we basically told him, this is what you're going to do. You're going to be the offensive coordinator. That's what we need you to do for these amount of years. You need to, and if we're just going to base it on how Ohio State looked,
What's up, James?
Just a few weeks ago,
Purple.
the way Ohio State looked, if that's going to be our offense, then I'm pretty happy about it, because they were a very knockout oriented 1-2 punch.
So Angel, you know the contract?
Hold
What's
on,
the contract?
Hold on, Kenna. Hold on.
We're gonna mute you again.
All right. Okay. Secondly, with Chip Kelly, I think part of this hire was because Chip Kelly's coming off of a national championship team, right? He was the offensive coordinator of the national championship team. He's kind of fresh with his eyes on who he would want to draft. So I'm sure that's part of the reason why they brought him in, is they're like, if anyone's going to know who you want for your offense, then it's going to be you. So it's Spy Tech probably sitting there going, let's see. He says, wait.
Agrees with you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, 805. You know I got good takes, man, even though you never invite me to your show. No, I'm just messing with you, bro. But anyway, so that's number 2, right, with Chip Kelly. Again, if it looked the way it looked for Ohio State, then that's good for me, because we got weapons, everyone. We got weapons. If anyone out there does not think Jacoby Myers can hold the position of a 1, then you're just a hater, man, because Jacoby Myers is really good. When they finally decided to start throwing Jacoby Myers the ball, he got to 1,000 yards. Now, I'm not even saying that they're going to make him a focal point of the offense. Here's the reason why I like Jacoby Myers. It's the same reason why a lot of people like A.J. Brown for the Eagles. Jacoby Myers is a dirty dog. He'll block for you. He'll do all the things that wide receivers aren't willing to do, and that's why I like him there. Now, there's so many wide receivers in this next draft class. Chip Kelly's probably sitting there going, well, we could pick up that guy in the third round, Tez Johnson, like there's going to be a bunch of wide. There's the kid from San Jose State. There's a kid from Cal. Like there's our guy, UNLV. We can get Ricky White right now, probably at the 4th or the 5th pick. And Ricky White was the special teams college player of the year. I mean, come on, guys. Like Chip Kelly also got picked not only to be the offensive coordinator, but is getting paid the $6 million so that he knows you got to stay the offensive coordinator and just focus on that. Now, the real big thing, and Tom McGuire, I'm surprised you didn't ask this, is who will be our offensive line coach? Because if there's any coach that we should all be worried about right now, it would be that one, because we really need to revamp how our offensive line is going to go. We've heard tonight that Chip Kelly will probably do more of a zone. Well, we got JPJ, which is great. I like DJ Glaze, and honestly, that guy was a steal in the 3rd round. So, and we haven't even seen, we've seen him travel. His 2nd year is going to be even better, going from left tackle, right tackle, wherever we put him out, right? Okay, so there's a kid from South Carolina, all right. But again, offensive line-wise, I'm wondering right now, who is Chip Kelly going to bring in to be that offensive line? Because like I told you, Jeff, earlier, I think it's high time we trade Colton Miller, man. I definitely think we should definitely trade Andre James, because I don't think Andre James is worth the money that we're paying him. And I'm not saying we cut him. I'm sure he's a good he's a good locker room guy, blah, blah, blah. But if someone's willing to take Andre James off our hands for a 3rd round pick, I don't know about y'all, but I'll take it. I'm in. I'll take a 3rd rounder for Andre James right now, right? Mm-hmm. JPJ is our center of the future. And I think that's also a lot of the reasons why the Jackson Dart talk has happened, because JPJ was the center for Jackson Dart in high school, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. Am I wrong on that, Jeff? Because that's what I've been reading.
You're right.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Angelo. I gotta cut you off, and please don't mute me. You really think we're gonna get value for Andre James?
What's that? What you think you can get? You think you can get a 2nd rounder for Andre James?
No, you said we're gonna get a 3rd for Andre James.
Yeah,
right?
I think we can get a 3rd rounder for Andre James. You don't think so?
Oh man, look.
Okay, here's how I know.
My channel.
Here's how I know. Okay, Lloyd Cushenberry was not that great for all those years when he played for Denver. He had one good year, and he got paid like a high max for being a center for the Titans. So if that's the cost for that, I bet you there's some desperate team that needs an Andre James type of a center, and they'd be more than happy to part with their extra 3rd round pick with us to go get an Andre James. Am I wrong, Jeff?
No.
See? Dude, 3rd round is not, because I think it's stupid if we let him go for like a 5th. Then I'd rather just fuck it. Then I'll just keep him. Like you have to give me something like 2 fourths, like a 2 fourths back to back, or some thing like that. But I'm not taking less than a 3rd for Andre James. That's ridiculous. Centers are hard to find, bro.
Well, I don't care about Andre James. So Angelo, you said about trading Colton Miller.
Yes. You
said trade him. Like, who do we have to replace him?
I'll give you. Okay. Let me ask you a question, Kenna. Do you think we can get a 1st round pick this year for Colton Miller?
No.
If somebody was to say,
no.
Well, okay, so what's his value?
He's got a lot of value. I think he's got more value staying on this team. He's still under contract, but he's like Max Crosby with no money left on the contract, so he's going to have to restructure. Our offensive line is not good.
Okay, the best.
That's what I've been seeing the whole time. Coming on the show, it's like now that we know who our offense coordinators, we need to get guys like in there to develop this offensive line to run this zone blocking scheme, which we had last year, and we can't do it. We sucked. We're horrible. Then you're gonna let the 2nd best player, JPJ in my mind is the best player on offensive line, the center. Miller's number 2, but he's like Max right now. It's like he needs a contract extension. But if we don't extend him, then who do we replace Miller with, Angelo?
No, okay. First of all, let me just shout out Paul again. 805 Raider, Real Talk Raidernation is his YouTube channel. Everybody, subscribe to him. He's awesome. Yeah, I'm totally down to do any type of show you want to do.
Yeah, I like that idea.
Yeah,
That's cool.
Jeff, I got to get you in the Guillotine League, man. It's free and there's a prize, dude. So, Guillotine League is crazy, and Severe actually was in the top 3. He could have been in the finals.
Oh, no
So,
shit.
but thanks, bro. I appreciate that. And Jack, here's my whole point, right? Twuan, what is the best type of ability of a player? Availability. And how available has Colton Miller been for us? For the money we have already paid him for. For the money we already paid him for.
All right, Angel on that, bro. It's like he came back. It's like, it's coming off injury. He like came back.
I get it.
Was not good in the beginning, but he came back as stronger.
Kenna, you got to let me finish my point, man. You got to let me finish my point. He owes us money.
Timeout.
All right. If he owes us money. Colton Miller owes us money. So if Colton Miller would like to, restructure and for a very, very friendly deal so that he could stay the captain of a team in where we're going to probably pay him, or we're probably going to play him half the minutes so that he doesn't get injured, and we're going to have someone else behind him, whether it's a Glaze or whoever, so that that person can get prepared, I'm down for that. But if you're telling me that Colton Miller is going to need to be one of the highest paid left tackles in the top 10 or top 15 in this league, he can go, man. I'm good. Because I need players that's going to be able to play. I'd rather have more DJ Glazes. If we were able to get a Delmar Glaze in the 3rd round, I'm very confident that Spytek is either going to steal someone from the Tampa Bay Buccaneers that he already knows is going to be a free agent, will be easy to take, or Chip Kelly's going to know linemen that he's going to want from college, and they may come from Ohio State or whatnot, right? What are you looking at, Jeff? I can't even tell what you're looking at. You keep pointing up.
Oh, hang on.
Point out the chips for Andre James.
Oh, potato chips. Got it. Okay.
No. Fidel Torres is the guy in green hat's a nerd.
Yeah. And yeah, no, I'm a little bit of a nerd, Fidel. That's not a bad thing. That's not a bad thing.
I'll take these Cheetos puff corns for Andre James. Give me a case of these.
That's what I'm talking about.
Oh my God.
That's what I want.
Shit.
But Twuan, am I wrong in any of these points that I'm making? Right, Twuan?
Hey, look,
Twuan, am I wrong?
I can get you. I can get with you on the Colton Miller, but Andre James, Andre negative 3,000 is what I call him on my channel, because he gives up negative 3,000 yards. Because I've seen many a times on tape him getting blown back in his broke back situations. I'm tired of seeing Andre James. So I don't think he's getting any value on the market. So if you can pull a third out of that situation, God bless you. But with Colton Miller, like you said, the best ability is availability. So there's certain things that we got to look at. As much as we like to hold Colton Miller dear to our hearts, because we just have sentimental value in regards to Colton Miller. But if you can get value off of him, but have that succession plan where there's somebody that you can bring in and we're not missing a beat, then let's do that.
See?
Excuse me.
No. But that was so by the way, Jeff, that was for Tom McGuire with that question that he had been waiting for. We gave you a whole, what was that? 45 minutes of talking about your question. So there you go. If you got a good question, put it on the chat and we will answer it. Sorry it took so long, Tom, because the reason why we kept talking about defense is because we don't have all those people signed yet. Yeah. We need to start with Max and give him his guarantee. And that's what I was saying before we started talking offense. And you heard it, Twuan, is that the first domino that's going to need to fall is how much money are we giving Max Crosby? And we're going to need to pay him, man. It's almost like, I don't know if Crosby's agent is waiting to see what Cleveland pays Myles Garrett to change his contract, but we're going to need to reset the market for Max Crosby. And for anyone who keeps talking about, oh, you need to trade him, why would I trade a 27-year-old Kobe Bryant style pass rusher that is a game changer and the captain of our team, and the reason, frankly, why there are more Raider fans and why merchandise is being sold. So no, if anything, Max Crosby needs to be the highest paid edge rusher in the game, and let it be. Go ahead, Jeff.
I'll tell you why you trade him, because this is the chance you're going to get the most value for him this right now. Beyond this, you're not going to get that value for him. If I'm telling you, I'm not saying actively shop him. I'm saying if somebody calls during this time between, say, now and the actual draft that want him, they're going to pay for him if they want him that bad. If they think he's the final piece of the puzzle, that's going to
4 first-round picks, a second round this year, and
you make it so
a
it's so
third round next year.
And Angelo, fourth round draft picks is like quarterback stuff.
You make it so unreachable that they laugh at it, but then you work down a little bit, but you're still going to get a lot of value for them this year. After this, you're not going to get it. You're not going to get it. And Twuan, yeah, you got our support because we all hate the Chiefs.
Well, Jeff, you posed a good question, bro. You think about Khalil Mack and what we got with him in that trade. That's probably going to be appropriate for any team that wants from Max.
But that's the starting block, not the starting block, but that's like the standard right now.
No, man,
you set a precedent,
bro.
basically.
But
it should go higher, yes.
My question to all the Raider fans out there, after that trade, I didn't like it. Does Raidernation, see the value in those picks, like with the better GM and so forth versus John Gruden calling his first-round draft picks? The only one that worked out was Josh Jacobs.
Okay, go ahead, Twuan. Go ahead. You go.
No, I think what we got for Khalil Mack was lovely. I think that was actually suitable. Now, it was our mess up that we didn't turn those into the draft picks that actually hit for us. You know what I'm saying?
That's a good point.
We didn't hit on the draft picks that were allowed to us. Even the Amari Cooper trade was a really good trade for us. I think that was good value, but when you're not getting the value in the draft, that's on us. So it's not like, we got lowballed or I think the value that we got for those guys was good, but we just did not turn that we didn't turn that in the bank.
Look, Twuan, Jack, I'm telling you, man, and it'll sound like I'm making it personal because I love Max Crosby so damn much. So if the best ability that a player can have is availability, which Max Crosby, not only was he crossing it, we finally had to basically tell him, look, bro, you're playing at a defensive player of the year level hurt. How good would you actually be if you were never hurt, right? Then the second best ability that any team should have and a player should have is stability. And that's what Max Crosby gives us, stability. And that's what we've been needing. He has literally said on all of his podcasts that he's still here with us. He loves the fans. He loves Las Vegas. There's no better city in the world. Loves Las Vegas. Loves the fans.
Tattoo on him.
Built his basketball court here. Did the whole thing, right? Okay. And we're talking about trading this guy. We're not trading. We need to pay him. That's why we have $112 million, is so that we can make Max Crosby the highest paid player. And everyone will know, if you want to be a Raider for life, this is where you come, right? And Max Crosby is that guy. He is that type of person. So no, man, Jeff, they could literally walk in the door and be like, we'll give you our next 4 first-round picks for Max Crosby. It could be Detroit. Detroit could go, we'll give you our next 4 first picks to bring Max Crosby back to his home in Michigan. I would look at him and I'd go, would you be willing to give me the 4 first-round picks, your second-round pick this year, and Aiden Hutchinson? Because that's the only way you're getting them. You're not getting it. I'm not about to let go this type of pass rusher at all. So no.
Angelo, I think along with that, as much as we're talking about hypotheticals, I don't think this organization is stupid. I don't think that Patrick Graham and Robbie Leonard would have put ink to paper if they didn't have word that Max Crosby was not in the future. Like, I know that I guarantee you when Pete Carroll or whoever went to Patrick Graham, they're like, hey, first thing we're doing is bringing back Max, blah, 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 blah. Hey, you want to sign? I can almost guarantee you that it went down like that. So even though Max Crosby hasn't got the contract yet, I think the reason why we have Patrick Graham and Robbie Leonard is because they've already given their word that if anybody else leaves, Max Crosby ain't.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
I just want to address this right here.
Okay.
Because keep up the great work,
Tom,
guys. I'm texting
right
you
there,
guys
Tom.
from Illinois.
1975, salute, brother.
Yeah. So
that's awesome, bro. 1975. Wow.
Me, 1974, first game live was 75. So salute to you, bro.
And
that's awesome, Tom. That is amazing. I was talking about the 68 draft earlier, Tom.
Dude, this is a contract of 0211. This is the UN right now. We're at the United Nations right here between the four of us.
That's funny. That's funny. No, so yeah, no, but no, stop the Max Crosby. Thank you, Twuan, for pointing that out. That is very true, which is, again, it goes to my point of why all these other players who are not signed, whether it's Morig, you name them, Morig, Hobbs, Spillane, Chason, Kuntz, like, doesn't matter. Anyone who's a free agent that's on that whole defense is all sitting there going, do I really want to play in a defense on another team that doesn't have Max Crosby? Because that's the reason why I did so well this year.
And Christian Wilkerson.
Well, that's the thing is you got if we get like Adam Butler, I think will re-sign with us. He will get a bump in pay, but he will sign because he's friends with Wilkins and that thing worked. But we also know that he will be the teacher to whoever else we're trying to train, right? What's Robert Pena saying?
No player.
Yeah, no players bigger than
my brother, dude.
Yeah,
right there, my bro.
Yeah,
and I agree with Dixon. That's what I said. I've been saying that all the time.
And I'm telling you, Pena, there's
too good to refuse. You don't turn it down. You let them go.
I just don't see any teams giving the type of offer that is gonna make us happy to where we'll feel
Yeah, we did.
I believe that Pete Carroll saw an opportunity to have the Legion of Boom 10.0 with the Raiders. I think he sat there and he said to himself, let me get this straight. All your players pretty much got injured last year and your defense was still fighting till the end. And you were playing with like the third and the fourth option of your defense. And you guys were that together in that room. I kind of want that back because then I could add my little Pete Carroll sprinkle to whatever Robbie Leonard and Patrick Graham can do. And we could run this all over again and be the best defense in the league. So that all starts with Max Crosby, man. And I get it. I agree. There is no player greater than the silver and black. I understand. No greater than the Shield. But Max Crosby, 27 years old, guys. He's not 30. He's not 80. He hasn't even hit his prime yet. We actually don't even know how good he really is yet. And I know that sounds crazy because when he was getting triple teamed the last 3 years, he was playing injured. When he was getting triple teamed last year and you saw Chason get a sack, it's because he was injured, right? What's Max Crosby going to look like getting double, triple teamed, not injured? And then what's it going to look like with a non-injured Wilkins, right? Then what's it going to look like if don't let the Raiders get Abdul Carter because we will be demolishing people. If Abdul Carter falls into sixth, you're telling me that the Raiders could possibly have in their lineup Max Crosby, Christian Wilkins, Adam Butler, Abdul Carter, Tyree Wilson waiting. Oh, you know, right? Coons, Chase.
Or if you don't take Carter, you also have Mason Graham too.
I was about to say,
there you go, right there.
Are you kidding me,
Jeff.
dude? If we get Mason, if you let the Raiders get Mason Graham, y'all, it's over. You guys are done. I mean,
if that's the front, right? Now, hear me out. If that's the front line, you could put the four of us in this panel right now in the secondary, and we'd still be good because there ain't nobody that's gonna be able to get the ball off fast enough with those guys crashing the line. Forget it.
I mean,
Blake, this is live. It's taking me a little while to get through the chat.
No, and that's the thing is Twuan. Like that's what we were talking about earlier, even on the Captain Jack show. Which, by the way, guys, I got to host it one more time on Thursday. Captain Jack Rackham, Twuan, if you want to come to that. If you're not doing a show, 6 to 8. Jeff, you know you're always welcome. But yeah, so we were saying how that number.
Angel, Thursday. What time?
It's the same. It's the 6 to 8 that Captain Jack always does. It's just that he's in Kansas right now. So he asked me.
Oh, he's in Kansas. Like again, I know you know this, Angelo, and like the other guys, like. The Wild West show on Wednesday, 4:30 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. I host Captain Jack's channel.
Yeah, Captain Jack Rackham channel, guys. So, anyways, we were saying this earlier, Twuan, and I want to get your thoughts on it. But in that number 6 pick, I was saying there's only 5 other people in front of us, and there's a lot of really amazing players, right? So let's say it is quarterback. That's why when Afakasi earlier was saying, no, you're crazy, man. There's no way that both Cam Ward and Sanders will drop to the 6th. I'm like, it's possible. It's possible. Because when you start naming Abdul Carter, Mason Graham, Travis Hunter, Tetaroa McMillan, like, for example, Jeff, if I'm the Patriots, you don't think they're thinking right now, we really fucked it up because we didn't get Ladd McConkey, but we got a chance to get possibly the next Mike Evans, maybe the next Amon-Ra St. Brown.
With me living in New England, I mean, obviously, I hear all the chatter around here what the Patriots want to do. There's 2 positions that they're desperately in need of help, and that's offensive line and a number 1 wide receiver. Now, imagine Drake May with a number 1 wide receiver because they got nothing.
Tetaroa McMillan? Oh my gosh!
And they've got a decent tight end. Henry's not a bad tight end at all. So they got 3 spots they need to fill. That's wide receiver, offensive line, and defensive front line, or an edge is what they really need. So there's a chance that they could take T-Mac, they could take that offensive tackle from LSU, or they're possibly going to go with either Mason, or there's a chance that they take Abdul Carter too. And that's one of those players is one of the ones that we probably want too. So that's going to be one less player for us available at number 6.
And that's what I was trying to say earlier. Thank you, Jeff, for pointing that out. That's what I was trying to say earlier. One is, let's say it plays the way it plays out, that the Titans really love Cam Ward. Okay, great, good. Thank you. Okay, next, right? Oh, Cleveland, your dumbass really wanted to get a quarterback? So you guys picked Shedeur? Okay, congratulations. Now we're down to only competing with 3 other teams to possibly get either Mason Graham, Abdul Carter, Travis Hunter. Like, there's too many good players, dude. Why?
I don't want Travis Hunter.
I'll tell you right now, Angelo. I'm making Shedeur slide even further than that because it has been a public fact that Deion Sanders is not going to allow Shedeur to go to the Browns. So if he gets to the Browns, you might as well just count that as he's already made it clear that he will let the Browns know that Shedeur won't be going to the Browns. So that even pushes him more down to in your figurative, thinking it's going to push him even closer to us.
And that's my whole point about how if New York is the one that might take a Shedeur, right?
Fuck the Raiders. We're over here supporting you guys to beat the fucking Chiefs.
I don't know about your chat, man. Like, not the good ones, not all of you good, awesome people. I'm talking about some of the weirdos.
Yeah, I have plenty of them.
And shout out Robert Pena. Thanks for putting up the channel over there earlier. If New York, because Sanders put the New York cleats on, New York Giants cleats or whatever, does take a Sanders, and if the Titans do really get Cam Ward, we're talking about competing against Cleveland's pick, New England's pick, and Jacksonville's pick, right? So Abdul Carter, Mason Graham, Tetro, McMillan all went, and they just left us with Travis Hunter. Or Travis Hunter does get taken. So now we have a chance to get either Mason Graham or Abdul Carter, right? Like we're gonna get someone good at 6. Our pick actually becomes the most valuable pick, and I'll tell you why. Everybody keeps talking about the Titans, blah, blah, blah. They might trade down. No one's going to pay them the house for the first pick because everybody's counting on whoever that idiot is to make a mistake. Everybody's sitting there going, yeah, let's see what this rookie dickhead's going to pick, right? And then he's going to pick whoever he's going to pick. Everybody's going to react to that, right? You already said, Jeff, and Twuan, you said this about Sanders too. With Cleveland, I can't see them really going quarterback, but if they were and the Titans pass on Cam Ward, they probably will sit there and go, well, I guess we might as well get Cam Ward, right? Because it can't be Shedeur Sanders, like Twuan said. Dion's going to make sure that it isn't. So then you go to the Giants, like we're going to pick somebody awesome. We're going to pick someone amazing. My point about the value of the 6th is, let's say we get to the 6th, Abdul Carter's taken, Mason Graham is taken, right?
Cleveland been looking for a quarterback for 30 years.
Yeah. Mason Graham's, so Abdul Carter's taken, Mason Graham's taken, Travis Hunter's taken, and Tetero and McMillan is sitting there at 6th. And I know Jack Kenna talks about how awesome he is, and Jeff, I know you like him too. But the value of that pick for someone desperate wanting to come up to get their next Amon-Ra St. Brown, name it. Someone might be willing to give us 3 first-round picks just to get McMillan. And now, Jeff, I would sit there and I would go, oh, you're going to give us 3 first-round picks to get McMillan? Take them. Take them.
Well, it depends on what team it is, because I would even, instead of giving us 3 picks, I would take a player if the team, I don't know which team you're thinking of.
Okay, you go. Who are you?
Angel, if you get 3 first-round draft picks from number 6, I'd want Graham. But if it's like Graham's out there, like someone's going to give 3 first-round draft picks, hell yeah, do it. Because you know what? The way I would look at it, we need a quarterback, right? If we get 3 first-round draft picks, then Manning's coming up next year.
Well,
Manning's coming up.
I wasn't even thinking that far, but Jeff, go ahead with what your thought was. Who did you think was?
I'm thinking far. I'm thinking that way ahead, dude.
Yeah,
I'm thinking way ahead. I'm preparing for like today, tomorrow, next year. So, Angelo, you said 3 first-round draft picks.
What? Yeah, what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. Then I'm going back, and then I'm gonna look at next year in 2026, in Manning being a quarterback that's out there.
Yeah, what I was trying to say,
what you said,
is that the value of the 6th round was going to be very high. So, Jeff, who was the team that you were thinking that would?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know who you're thinking. Who are you thinking?
I mean, the chat's saying like the Rams is out there, but there's going to be teams, like I'll tell you who I was thinking might want to come up and might actually be willing to give 3 first-round picks to go get someone like McMillan. At least 2. They'll sit there and say, we'll give you 2, but I think they'd be willing to go to 3.
Kansas City?
No, we're never going to
trade with them. No way.
We'd never trade with Kansas City, man.
Who's Kansas City?
What's that?
Chiefs?
Who's Kansas City?
The Chiefs.
The Chiefs.
Again, who's Kansas City?
Oh, my bad.
I don't know them in the draft. I've never heard of them. There is another team called the Chargers and the Broncos. I don't know about them either.
Okay, all right. No. I'll tell you who I thought would actually, if Tetero and McMillan is available, and Spy Tech is looking at 6, and somebody's calling, I think it's the Arizona Cardinals.
Okay.
I think the Arizona Cardinals are sitting there going, we will give you the number, we will give you like this many or whatever. They'll try to trade. And you know what I would say to the Arizona Cardinals, dude? I would sit there and I would go, okay, I'll tell you what. Why don't you give us the 3 first-round picks? We'll swap this year. You'll give us the next 2. And we also want, and then name the player, man. Name the player that they have players that they can't even really use, and I'll take one of them. But we can get a haul.
I know who I'd want from them.
Who would you want, Joe?
Buda Baker.
Buda Baker. Done. Because they don't want to pay him, and we have the money.
Oh, he's staying there. They already resigned him.
Oh, did they? Okay, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Okay.
We could still take him.
Yeah.
You wouldn't think he'd want to come to this team with the
he would love to come to this team. Or I'll give you another one.
And that solves one of our problems, the secondary issues.
I'll give you another one, right? So everybody keeps talking about how DK Metcalf's not that happy in Seattle. I could see Seattle saying, hey, we'll trade you 3 first-round picks to get your or they'll say, we'll give you 2 first-round picks with DK Metcalf to get your pick now. And I mean, I'm not
getting 3 first rounds draft picks for like DK Metcalf. Sorry, done, over. Come on, Angelo. 3 first rounds for DK Metcalf.
No, Jack.
You get a T. Higgins. You can sign a T. Higgins.
Put him on mute. Put Kenna on mute. He's not listening, man. Kenna is not listening at all. We're still talking about the Raiders pick, Kenna, and we were saying that Seattle wants the Raiders number 6 pick, so they want to give us 3 first-round picks. Seattle would like to give us 3 first-round picks for our number 6.
Pulling shit out of his ass right now, and it's funny as hell.
Yeah, along with DK Metcalf. All right.
I gotta ask this guy real quick.
Okay,
so obviously, Gang, I'll just call you GK. You must live in the New England area, I take it, because you're a Patriots fan. You already yelled out Boston once. So I just want to see if he is or not. But all right, I'm gonna unmute Jack again.
Okay.
You're unmuted again.
But Jeff, what I was saying to you is, if they were to say, "Hey, we'll do the pick swap with you, and we'll give you our 2026 first round, and we'll give you DK Metcalf for your 6th pick right now," you'd consider that, wouldn't you? You'd sit there and go, "Well, not the worst in the world. Pete Carroll loves DK, and we get 2 first-round picks out of it. We get Seattle's pick, and we get Seattle's first-round pick next year, and Seattle might suck next year. So not a bad trade."
I think it benefits us, because especially now, since we know who the offensive coordinator is with Chip Kelly, the guys that are linked to him that are in the draft, they're not first rounders to begin with. So
exactly.
If we were in that situation where obviously Cam Ward and Shador are off the board, right? And now we're looking at someone like a Dylan Gabriel or the guy that just came from Ohio State. You know what I'm saying? Is it Howard?
Yeah, Will Howard.
Yeah. So, you now you're drafting one of those guys, you know what I'm saying? Maybe in the possible 3rd round or something like that, or 2nd round. Then you can play in the 1st round. You can get a good defensive guy right there, then and there, or like Angelo's saying, play ball and trade back to 12 or 15 and still get somebody good. But now you're getting more picks for either the later rounds or in the future.
Somebody's saying he almost got drafted by the Oakland Raiders in the 90s defense. Is that just a hoax?
Who knows? Dude, seriously, you think that's for real? If it is, then have him come on the chat right now. We'll talk.
Hey, I was a background down.
That's a good question. If we do trade back, let's say we go back to 12, like what Twuan said. Who's available? Who do you want at 12?
There's a ton of people. I mean, shit. I bet you Will Campbell will be there, and I'll take Will Campbell at 12. Jeff,
Well, it's at
left
that
tackle,
offensive
LSU.
tackle, like it's going to get a number like 5 or 6, right?
Well, I mean, of the best ones, in my opinion, it's Will Campbell's right up there at LSU left tackle. He can play both guard and tackle. I would actually put him at guard.
This guy wants you a hat, Angelo.
Yeah, sorry, buddy, man. It's a 1 of 1, dude. It's an organ donor hat. It's Green Raiders. It's very hard to find, actually.
SoCal Sal. Angelo's playing Madden trades right now.
Hey, SoCal, did you watch the fights last night? I'm gonna be mad at you, dude. You're supposed to be one of the boxing fans. Did you watch it? Put it on the chat if you did. But no, I get that. Like Kenna, if you looked at the Senior Bowl, there's this kid from Georgia. Look up the name, Javon Walker. That kid might be one
linebacker.
Of the
Biggie Cheese, I do want Dart. Angelo's in favor of Dart. I think Jack is too.
Yeah.
Twuan,
I'm down for
in
Dart.
favor of Dart too, right?
Not in the first round.
I mean, I think.
Oh no, not at number 6. No.
No, and that's and I have to make that clear because again, a lot of us are on panels, but a lot of these people in the chat, they're like, "Oh, Jackson Dart, we need to get him at 6," and I'm like, "Nah, no." So I do like Jackson Dart though. I do. Just to make that not at 6.
I've gone up to a Jackson Dart fan, over like Milrow. Overall, I thought Milrow was a guy. Number 2.
Milrow's
second
terrible.
round. Well, yeah. You know what?
You you like Milrow?
Jeff got me there to be with Dart. But I feel like now that Dart, he's going to be a first-round draft pick. I don't think round 2. You got to trade up to get him in round number 2 or round number 1. It's like late round, but round 1. But you got to do that.
I think if he falls, Kenna, we'll get a chance to get him anyways because there's not that many teams that need a quarterback the level of a Jackson Dart for their particular team once the quarterback needy teams go. And I want to just address the chat with SoCal. All right, man. Your punishment, dude, is you got to go get the zone today for $13.99 a month, man. So you can start catching up on all the boxing. I keep sending you all the boxing stuff, SoCal. All right, I'm trying to catch you up. So go sign up on DAZN app for $13.99 a month, bro, and join the boxing world again. So, anyways, but I'm with you, Twuan. I think
hold on. This guy said he got cut. He goes, I'm a small Asian guy, 5'8", 210, very strong, but I got cut. We found Patrick Chung, remember him from the Patriots, offensive lineman. That's him.
That's funny. Hey,
Val, what's up, brother?
So no, I was saying, you're right though, Twuan. If it's a scenario where Jackson Dart, let's say, is sliding, what I can see the Raiders do just so that they can get the 5th round option is trade back up to 31 or 32. I could see them trading up to 32 with the Eagles after the Eagles wins the Super Bowl, and he'll call Howie Rosen and be like, "Hey, buddy, we just want the 32 pick because we're gonna go get Jackson Dart. So we'll give you, whatever. We'll give you this and this, and we'll get it, And
I think that'll work. You know what I'm saying?
He's lagging out.
Twuan cutting out. What happened
for that first year? Oh, I'm sorry.
Say it again, Twuan. No, say it again because you were cutting out a little bit. So say what you were saying again.
Okay. No, I think that works well. You know what I'm saying? To move back up into the first to go get, a guy like Jackson Dart, especially if you're gonna, as I would like for him to redshirt. You know what I'm saying? So that means you're sitting in that 1 year. So you're pretty much going to give him that 5th year option because you're going to have him, active, really, really active for 4 years. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, going up into the first to have that additional, first year to learn, you know what I'm saying, kind of situation, cool. Because I think that's what, as much as Jackson Dart could go out there and start for us, I kind of would like for him to sit.
This guy asked who would win in a fight between us. At first, I said me, but I was just thinking about it. I'm like, no, Angelo could probably beat the shit out of
No,
all
man,
the
I'm recovering from liver transplant, dude. I'm not. That's not me. It's probably going to be Kenna. That's going to win. Kenna's going to beat all of us.
You just better hope I don't get you down on the ground, because then it's over.
No, that's true. That's true. And with me
run,
and
you're
Jeff,
gonna win.
if we get you on the bottom, you're done. It's going to take you forever to lift us up, Twuan.
Maybe big, but I am like Jeff saw it. Got to get to me first, bro. Jeff saw it. Jeff saw it.
Running, I'll be like, fuck it. I'll wait.
Jeff saw it.
Final.
So Carl Pena's here. Carl
Dude,
Pena's
I'll be like
here.
King Kong on the top of the Empire State Building.
Dude, Robert Pena, man.
So there's a Carl Pena on the chat. He must be a Broncos fan. You get Broncos fans on your chat, dude?
Yeah, they come in.
Hey, Carl,
week leading up to the
go to the
playoff
Wild
game
Wild
that the
West show.
Dodgers were in. They were, dude. They were everywhere on everybody's channels. They were coming in
Jeff,
hot. I mean,
send
as soon as they lost,
all
they disappeared.
Send all these fools over to the Wild Wild West show. It's like, I'm a host. AFC West show. I do it every week. Thank you, my brother right here. Oh, wrong way.
Oh,
that guy right there.
Yeah, no problem, man. Hey,
And you set me up with that with Captain Jack. And I do it every week. I always do it because, like, I'm ready to turn it back over to Captain Jack, but I do it just to represent the Raiders on the Wild Wild West show, like AFC West teams, Raiders, Broncos, Chargers, Queefs. It's all the talk. Go over there. 4:30 p.m. Wednesdays, every single night, Pacific Standard Time. Do it. Because you know what? What's cool? And Angelo, I know you know this. The Raiders dominate that whole show. Raider fans are in that show all the time. They're like 10-1 of all the other fans. It's all Raiders.
I have opinion. I play center. I don't play on the outside.
Hey,
I play center. That's my spot.
Let me address on the chat Zhang Wei. I don't think Deontay Johnson is in the Raiders sites at all. Sorry.
No thanks.
And then Paul Ramirez. Paul Ramirez was asking about the Stafford. I brought that up on the Captain Jack show, and I mean, what do you think about that, Twuan? We get Stafford.
Hey, I'm not mad at Stafford. I know Stafford could get the ball to whoever needs to be there. It just depends on how much money we want to fork out, and getting the guys that we really need to move forward. Is it going to be beneficial that we have someone like a Stafford? You know what I'm saying? Or is it just because it's like we know that ultimately we want to turn over it to a quarterback. You know what I'm saying? So you're getting a Matthew Stafford. Are we only getting Matthew Stafford for 2 or 3 years and that's it? And I kind of have
same with Pete Carroll, right? Like 2 or 3 years.
Yeah, so I kind of have an issue with that because with the Matthew Stafford, like unfortunately I don't think there's anybody in the draft that is going to beat out a Stafford.
Well, what I was thinking when I was talking about it on the Captain Jack Rackham channel earlier was that let's say we get Stafford for 2 years with an option for a third, 90 million total. So we front load a 45 million a year. That way it drops, so it doesn't really hurt us cap wise. We give them the front loaded bonus. So think about it as a 2 year with an option for a third, 90 million, but be honest with them and also say, and the reason why we're getting you now is because we want to win now, but also just so that we're taking a quarterback this year. Yeah. And you're going to need to train him also. He's going to be a very vital part of being your backup, kind of like the Tom Brady, Drew Bledsoe thing. So, I mean, I wouldn't hate that. I wouldn't hate that at all.
Angelo.
Yeah.
I love it.
Gang, just to let you know, I don't live in Mass. I'm in Rhode Island. see. There is a name. Oh, should do it now. No thanks. I don't want him. Don't want him either. Papato. Where the hell did Angelo go? Would he fall down? Many people from Massachusetts who tried out Oakland. Jesus Christ. Can you guys still hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I can
All
hear
right.
you. I just
Oh,
need to
shit.
turn
I
something
thought-
off real quick.
You know, Jeff, Massachusetts, like Massachusetts, right?
I wouldn't know. I don't live in Mass.
I know, but I hear that like all the time. Like, you know, working with clients.
We just call them
Massachusetts.
assholes. Massachusetts people, especially the drivers, are called massholes.
Hey, is
Oh,
a
you're on
lot
Fall
of the,
River?
is a lot of the people that listen in on your show, Jeff, like are all East Coast based?
Not really. I mean, usually, it's kind of from all over the place. But I've been lately getting some out of this area, which is good because you know it's people that didn't even know that the club existed, the Booster Club. You know,
Right.
so hopefully it's it'll turn into more members for the club and coming and watching the games on Sundays with us at the bar in Providence. You know.
Hey, you're
mean,
telling me at
that's-
that bar in Providence where you're at, where the Raider Club is, no
Yeah.
one there, Jeff, talks boxing. You're in fucking get out of here. Really, in Providence?
Angelo,
I am
like
the
Jeff
guy.
and I
No.
spent like 5 hours talking the other night, dude. Just hanging out, just chilling. And
Yeah.
actually, we went on Captain Jack's channel too.
Did you really? Okay.
Yeah, the both of us.
Wow. That's cool. Wow. I didn't know that.
I hope not, Carl, because I don't think any of us in here want any one of them to.
What did Carl say?
Honestly, Pete is honestly going to either poach Russell Wilson or Justin Fields. I don't think so.
I don't think he needs to poach anybody, man. Are you kidding me? Do you know how many people want to play for Pete Carroll? How many people do you think right now that are quarterbacks that are possible free agents are not already sitting there saying to themselves, let me get this straight. They just got Chip Kelly, the guy who ran that offense for Ohio State and the national championship.
Yeah.
Justin Fields would. Are you honestly telling me Justin Fields is not sitting there going, yes, I would love to be a Raider? You know
I
what
would
I'm
like
saying?
Justin Fields.
But we don't. But my point was we don't need to go like poach anyone. We don't need to beg
Nope.
anybody to come to our team. Even Stafford would consider coming to our team.
Yeah. Justin Fields would want to be a starting quarterback for the Canada League. Because he's not that guy. Like I know people are enamored with him because he can run the ball, but that's not being a quarterback. Or quarterback throws the ball.
Exactly.
And that's one thing Justin Fields is not. He got some work to do.
Yeah. No, and what I would say too is now that we have Chip Kelly, I would not be surprised that as long as we shore up our O-line, that Aiden O'Connell isn't the guy that ends up starting, because look at what he did with Will Howard. I mean, did any of you know who Will Howard was up until he went to? I didn't know who Will Howard was, and then now Will Howard might be projected to be a second rounder.
Yep.
Aiden O'Connell, man, that might be the pick.
Angelo, you just touched on the biggest perspective, like what this whole offseason needs to be. The offensive line. We're talking about, sexy, fun picks. This offensive line needs to be addressed. We're going run zone. We did run zone last year, and we were horrible. It sucked. And then after that, it's a little bit of a running back on top of it. So we need this offensive line to be like way better. If you don't improve that, I don't care who you have a quarterback. I know Jeff likes AOC, 12, but I don't care who it is. You can throw in Aaron Rodgers. You can throw in, Russell Wilson. If we don't get a better offensive line, it ain't going to be worth shit.
And speaking of offensive line, we need guards. And I'll tell
That's
you
what
right
I'm saying.
now. I'll tell you right now, guys. There's a kid by the name
Angelo.
of There's a kid
What-
by the name of Tyler Booker out of Alabama. You know who I'm talking about, Jeff?
So, Angelo, I know you did the AFC West show too with Alex. So, what do you think about the KC right guard? He's like an all-pro, and he's a free agent. He's going to cost probably about $20 million a year. What do you think of him?
Talking about Trey Smith?
Yep.
Choco wants to know who's the guy between you and behind you, Angelo.
Oh, that's Captain Jack.
Yeah, he goes, who's the guy behind him in the bottom right?
Yeah, go to the Captain Jack Rackham channel. That's Captain Jack.
Yeah.
I'm just co-hosting for him right now.
Manuel, do you know Providence at all? It's the Providence Firefighters Hall on Pintery Street in Providence. That's where we go. One of our members in the club, actually my vice president, he's a retired firefighter from Providence Fire. So he's the one that hooked us up with that place a few years ago. So that's where we go on Sundays during the football season. If you want any information on the club, you go to my link in the bio, you'll see the link tree. Click on that. That'll take you to all our social media for the Booster Club. In there is also a link for the Facebook page. It's a private group. But if you click on it to join it, I'm the one that approves people. As long as your profile shows, like your pictures or whatever, shows that you got Raiders gear on and you're not an asshole Chiefs fan or New England Patriots fan, you're more than welcome. You know, I'll accept you. And I'm the president of the club, so I get final say. Real quick, Twuan, do you want to shout out your channel? We're not cutting it off yet. I mean, unless you guys want to bail. I mean, I'll stay on however long. I don't give a shit. But Twuan, if you want to shout out your channel, so anybody that's here.
Appreciate you.
No
Raider Twuan on YouTube. That is as simple as that. You know what I'm saying? If you're a Raider fan, you should know how to spell Raider. And Twuan, Twuan, Twuan. Raider Twuan on YouTube. Go ahead and subscribe. Hey, look, I got a whole bunch of, lives that I just put out, you know what I'm saying, this week. So if you haven't, caught that, then do that. And of course, I go live at random when I have brothers that reach out and want me to come on their show. So, I'm available. So Raider Twuan on YouTube. Remember, you're a blessing. Be a blessing to someone else.
Thanks, Ben. Let's see.
So I was saying, with the offensive line. So guard.
Angelo, real quick, do you?
Oh, for me? Sure. It's right now I don't have my channel yet. Gravy and Gabe keep asking, and a bunch of other people. I mean, Jack Kenna's been saying it for a while, and I haven't put out my channel yet, but for now, I usually will guest with some of the other guys. I'm helping Captain Jack's channel. He's Captain Jack Rackham on YouTube. And he does his shows Thursdays and Sundays. Those shows, the reason why they have to be 6 to 8 Pacific Standard Time is because it's on Roku. So it's like this hard stop on a 2-hour gap. But yeah, you guys can find me there. And Jack Kenna's on the same show or on the same channel. He's on Wednesdays at 4:30 p.m. For they call it the Wild Wild West show. And it's basically the AFC West guys. It's there's a Kansas City Chief guy, and then there's a Denver guy, and then there's the Charger people, and then Jack Kenna and Captain Jack's. I've seen him there a couple of times recently too. So yeah.
Yep. I think you, Angelo, you kind of hooked me up on that shit, dude. So thank you.
So that's pretty much it for so no, we were talking about the offensive line, and this year again, I don't know how much of the Senior Bowl you guys saw, but there are people there, I'm telling you, that we can pick up. There's that North Carolina State kid, Anthony Belton. I don't know if you saw him, Jeff. 345. I mean, this guy, he on the one-on-ones, You know,
Yeah.
he's pretty good. And then we need guards like you can't. Well, I mean, because once we move
We need guards,
JPJ,
for
Jack
sure.
Power Johnson, to center, we're gonna need some guard. I don't know if you saw that one kid from North Dakota State, Gray Zabel.
Mhm.
Man, I was like, damn, there's some good. I think us having 10 picks is gonna serve us very well. There was Darius Alexander from Toledo. I mean, you know, I'm just saying, like, in terms of O-line, I think that will be addressed both in the draft and in free agency. Now, my question to you, Jeff, is would after this year, when the Super Bowl is over, would you want to get Trey Smith and pay a lot of money for him? The Kansas City Chiefs guy.
Ooh, Angelo, I'll step in first. Sorry, Jeff. Yeah, absolutely, 100%. Doing the
Feel like
wild
I've
wild
hardly even
sales,
talked.
like, you know, I pay him $20 million, dude. I pay him that money because you know what, you can move him over from the right guard to the left guard. So you got Miller, Trey Smith,
What's up, Holly?
JPJ, solid. I mean, what is our biggest weakness? We went Cody Whitehair last year. The weakest link. I'm sorry. That is the biggest
I beg to differ on
weakness
that
of
one.
overall. So, yes. So, Jeff, please
All right,
answer.
let Jeff talk
I'm
now.
sorry.
No, the biggest weakest link on our offensive line was Parham. Parham is absolutely trash. I can't watch a game without I just key in on him all the time. He's just horrible. He's can't stand him. Drives me nuts watching him play. It just I've been on him since like week 5. I just all season long. That's been my glaring, obvious weakness on that offensive line, without a doubt.
Now,
And then it's Andre James, and then it's Whitehair, and it's Andres Pete, and Mumford. I'm okay with.
Jeff,
so the original. Hold on,
we
Jack.
great.
The original
Like
question to
move
Jeff. The original
move
question
Meredith
to
over
Jeff
to the
was
right guard.
that you never let
pretty
him
good.
answer. The original question to Jeff is,
Sorry.
what do you think about us taking a chance at Trey Smith? He's going to be a free agent, tackle guard from Kansas City Chiefs.
Oh, I'm on it. I'm on it.
You would be willing to let go of. I mean, here I'd have to look at what the price is going to be, but it's going to be pretty high. He's like one of the highest paid.
$20 million.
Days. Where is he listed? I got it here too. Offensive line. Chiefs. No, actually, he's
Currently,
listed.
right now, so Trey Smith is projected to sign a 5-year, $105 million contract. So that's what he signed, or something like that. Because that's.
What the hell is he on here?
Yeah, it's saying on.
They got him. What do they have him listed as? A guard or tackle?
Guard.
Right guard. They have him as a right guard. He is so Trey Smith is going to be 26 years old, so that's a nice age, but he's projected to get in the 100 million range. It's like you're looking at that 5-year 105. So
he's
basically
a free agent, right? Why is he not coming up?
He is a free agent.
Yeah, he's a free agent. This is his last year for sure.
The problem with Kansas City is like, doing the Wild Wild West show. It's like, they Humphrey and him are both free agents. They can't afford to sign both. You can't do it.
Yeah, Humphrey's the other one I wouldn't mind getting either.
Well, Creed
Humphrey's
not going anywhere, man. I mean, like I said, centers are hard.
Well, he's a free agent. Yeah, but he's listed as a tackle. I can't find
Trey Smith, really? I just Googled him twice and I found him. Yeah, he's projected to have he's totally projected to have a big ass contract.
Yep.
Trey Smith would provide an instant upgrade to the Bears. They're saying the Bears might get him.
And Angela,
Trey
you know
Smith,
this. No,
his
talking with
current
Alex
contract's
yourself.
900. His current contract's 900,000.
I know, because that's the rookie contract.
rookie.
He's only 24.
He's a rookie contract. He's coming up. It's done.
Yeah, he's not an old guy, Jeff. Trey Smith is like.
Oh, I know that.
Yeah. No. He's about to get paid. He's about to get his bag. So you're looking at the 5-year 105 range.
You might want to have your mods do something in the chat.
Where am I? Oh yeah, I see it now. I was looking something up. I totally missed that.
Yeah. No, it's all good. So, hey, Angelo, to ask you a question in regards to the guard. Do you think that it's actually, what is the benefit to actually bringing him, getting him, or just drafting somebody?
Trey Smith?
Yeah.
Oh well, I would say that if he really wanted to come to the Raiders, there's a few benefits to it. Okay, so here's the first one for me: is he played with the Chiefs for 4 years, so that means he knows all their shit. So I kind of want that in the room. I want it because now he's going to play for the silver and black, which is why I don't think he would come here unless we sort of overpaid him, or not overpaid him, because he's only 25 years old. Secondly, he hasn't hit his peak yet. He has not hit his peak yet. He's only 25. And we're talking about Max Crosby, who's 27. This kid's 2 years younger than him. So then now that's what I was saying. The only thing I'm afraid of is, again, you're looking at that $25 million a year range for a guy like that. He could end up being the highest paid guard. He could be the highest paid guard.
Could be.
Because he's not going to go. Look, first of all, he's not going to leave the Chiefs unless somebody is willing to really go way above what the Chiefs can do.
True.
Right? And I understand the whole Creed Humphrey problem, because if I was them, they'd be stupid to let Creed Humphrey go. That's their Jackson Powers Johnson. So now the question becomes, can they keep both? And I think Trey Smith, being in his mid-20s, as talented as he is, going to the Super Bowl again. I mean, think about it, dude. In the 4 years Trey Smith was there, he went to the Super Bowl. You know what I'm saying? Like, this guy's got Super Bowl experience. He's got Super Bowl rings. He is huge. He is a solid guard. And if you put Trey Smith, even if you put Trey Smith, honestly, at right guard between JPJ and Glaze, dude, that whole right side is going to be crazy. If you get a lefty quarterback, that guy's going to feel very protected with JPJ.
Cooper, as long as he stays OC and not become the future head coach, I'm fine. With it.
He won't. We talked about that earlier.
There's no way.
We were saying that the reason why he got paid $6 million to be the highest paid offensive coordinator is because he won't be a head coach.
That guy right there, Angela. Best take of the night, bro. Best take of the night, right there.
What?
Absolutely, 100%, bro.
Okay.
I mean, we were
right,
like on the same
so
page
anyways,
last year on the right
uh,
guard, right tackle in the draft.
Right. No, but to Twan's point, I understand what you're saying, Twan, because there is a lot. Like there is, but you have to agree that up to this point, if I'm being really honest, like about if best player available isn't really there for us going into the first round, because I don't consider Shedeur Sanders or Cam Ward as best player availables. The way they're being projected right now is they're like the 17th and 20th best player in college.
Dude, I saw, I forget who it was, but I saw somebody, like one of the so-called experts, had Shedeur ranked at like, I think 44, 45. I'm like, ooh, that's talk about a drop. If that ends up being what really happens, but good God, I don't trust him. I don't trust either one.
We don't know, because Tom Brady's the one that helped train him and all of that. So we don't know how good Shedeur really is. That's up to the Raiders. I'm just saying that if, let's say it goes to 6th and let's say they take, because instead of them going for best available player, they decide oh, hey, Shador is here. Let's take Shador, right, Twuan? So then
Yeah,
now the
true.
Raiders have the Shador. I'll be honest with you, man. Second round, I want the best running back we can get because we need to address that position. I want the second round to be a running back, and I want one of the third round picks to be a running back. So I don't care which third. So I'm thinking that in the third round, if you wanted to, we could address guard. There's plenty of good talent. Or we could just take some of that nice money, especially if we're not getting Stafford. Let's pretend that Aiden O'Connell happens to be the guy that they're going to allow to finally get a full year start.
Oh,
right?
Jeff loves this.
Okay. Let's say that that's what happens. But then we're now protecting him with Jackson Powers Johnson, Trey Smith, maybe Glaze is there, maybe he's not, but there's other free agents that we can get. And you know what I'm saying? Like if we really get a monster spent, $80 million on the offensive line, guys, like you know what I mean? Like if we spent quarterback money on the offensive line, as much as some of you guys on the chat may hate Aiden O'Connell, he doesn't suck, guys. Aiden O'Connell does not suck. He may not be your quarterback, but he doesn't suck either. There are far worse quarterbacks out there than Aiden O'Connell. So Aiden O'Connell can deliver the ball, especially when he's protected. Aiden O'Connell throws the ball way further than Gardner Minshew does, throws a more accurate ball. He can deliver it. All he needs is protection.
Yeah.
So
I agree 100%. I mean, I've always been I put it up there already. I mean, this is my handy sign. Whenever someone starts talking trash about AOC, that I pop out. That's it.
Yeah. And again, I say that to say like if we're gonna spend the quarterback money, Twuan, not on a quarterback, but on the O line, like a Trey Smith, which I honestly believe. Like I know somebody in the chat said, no, the highest paid right guard right now is 25 million. I know that stat. I also know that the Chiefs will try to match that stat. So the only way the kid is going to leave the Chiefs is if we go up to him and go, hey, do you want to be a Raider? Not really. You want to be a Raider for like $27 million a year?
Not 27.
Yes.
But who's that? Do you know who that is, Angelo? Oh, tackle from the Browns.
Oh,
Jedrick Willis.
I mean, maybe. Look. Okay, and maybe that's possible. Here's something that's forgotten, right? As bad as who is it? Okay, so the Jets were sucking, and one of their first round picks was Mekhi Becton. Remember Mekhi Becton, Twuan?
Yeah.
Okay. How good did Mekhi Becton do for the Ravens this year? Right? You see what? Or is it the Ravens? Am I saying that wrong? I know Mekhi Becton was on the playoff team. Hold on.
Yeah, Beckman. I remember Beckman like in the Jets.
Yeah, because the Jets suck. But then he got signed to.
But not for $27 million. I'm not paying him $27 million.
No. It's because we were talking about Jedrick Willis. Somebody in the chat said Jedrick Willis, and I was saying, oh, he's with the Eagles. My bad. Yeah, Mekhi Becton's with the Eagles. I knew it was somebody. It was a playoff team. So, anyways, Mekhi Becton sucked at the Jets.
SoCal South said Willis has been hurt.
Yeah, but my whole point is Mekhi Becton went to the Eagles for cheap because he's like a reclamation project, and now he's starting in the Super Bowl. So if Jedrick Willis is like, oh my gosh, Cleveland's going to kick me out, he probably wants to leave anyways. And the Raiders are like, hey, you can come to us. Yeah, sure. We'll take any of those projects that were former first rounders or someone that's super talented that didn't work out at another team. Because again, what's happening now for our team finally is the stability of knowing that things are going to be run with an adult in a room in Pete Carroll, right? Like, and Twuan, and I kind of want to get your thoughts on this one too, is I loved AP, and I wasn't one of the guys that was trying to fire AP because I'm not going to go back on my word. I wanted AP. AP came. He should have played out his contract, but it didn't work out that way. Whatever. What we should definitely give credit to AP for is at least galvanizing the Raider community, especially here in Las Vegas, for finally getting back that Raider swag that it was almost like this weird identity crisis before AP came in, and AP finally came in and said, "Nah, this is the way. This is the Raider way." So thanks to AP, wherever he may be going, I hope everything goes well for him, and I hope one day he finds his way back to the Raiders. I think AP was really great for us, the fans. Having said that, the fans, you shouldn't be listening to the fans for we're not in the room, man. I'm glad Tom Brady's in the room. I'm glad that ownership is in the room. I'm glad Pete Carroll, who's the oldest coach
God,
in the
you've
NFL,
heard some people's takes on stuff. Are you shitting me? Some of the moves people would make, and I mean, they'd have us trading up to the number one, giving up our draft picks for the next 2 or 3 years to get the number one pick, and or the delusional people that are like, why didn't we give away our draft for the next few years to get Jaden Daniels? And someone once said this last week or 2 weeks ago on a live that I was doing. They're like, could you imagine if we had Jaden Daniels? He'd be throwing at Brock Bowers. I'm like, oh, stop. No, he wouldn't.
You can't
and they're
have
like,
both.
yeah, he would. I'm like, do you realize that
can't have
we're gonna
both.
trade to move up to get him? That means we're giving up our 13th pick. You ain't. Here's what's gonna happen. You're gonna get Jaden Daniels.
That's
awesome.
the
You're not
thing
gonna
is,
get. You're not gonna get Brock Bowers. You're not gonna get JPJ, and you're probably not gonna have Glaze because you're gonna lose all those draft picks too. Or you're gonna move around so much by making this trade to get Jaden Daniels. You're gonna have so many other needs now at that point that you're not gonna be able to get those guys because someone else is gonna have taken those before you. Because you're not gonna have that second round pick. I guarantee you're not having that second round pick. JPJ is not making it to the third round. Glaze may still be there, but at that point, you may have other needs like a better wide receiver or another offensive tackle or a different, a totally different position. So like when they said, "Oh yeah, he'd be throwing to Brock Bowers," I'm, "Whoa, time out." No, he wouldn't. Yeah, you'd have this great new shiny quarterback with no one to throw to and no one to protect him. How good is that going to be? He's going to get his ass beat with that offensive line and that system we were running.
Hey Jeff, put up Raider Nation's comment about Rourke from Indiana.
Yeah, I'm getting down there.
Yeah. So because I want to ask you guys if you've heard about
well in the offense. Yep, invest well in the offensive line. Draft Rourke, the QB from Indiana, in the late rounds. Let AOC compete. He has earned it respect if they go in a different direction.
So I'm glad you brought that up because So first off, the first Canadian quarterback I want to talk to you guys about is Twuan, and Jack, you might have heard about him. He's been the talk of the town at Senior Bowl. Is that Taylor dude, the 6'6" kid? Did you guys see him? What do you think? What are you thinking? Because he went from I don't know who the hell this guy is to now he's being projected to be in the first 2 rounds. This Taylor guy, 6'6" from Canada.
Really?
So I'll try to find the exact name. And then secondly, I wouldn't be mad again, like I said before, about us getting 2 quarterbacks if that's what needed to happen. Because if someone like Rourke does end up from Indiana, did you see Rourke play, Twuan, in Indiana this year? It's not bad, man. If he's in the 6th round or something, or in the 5th, and we have a chance to get a Rourke, I wouldn't be mad at getting a Rourke. Why not? I mean, I'm not saying he's the starter. I'm just saying, why not, right? So
I think there's an unspoken rule, with these quarterbacks. I know that we were talking about Shedeur and Cam and where they're projected overall, you know what I'm saying, like as of just talent, you know what I'm saying?
Diesel.
But we know that those quarterbacks are going to get drafted in the first round. And with that being said, there was other quarterbacks that we thought, even last year that shouldn't have got drafted where they got drafted early, but they end up getting that. So no matter where the quarterbacks, we think the quarterbacks may go, they may go a little bit higher than that. That guy, it starts with an E. His last name it's a weird last name, and I don't want to butcher it.
Yeah, it's like Elga something.
Yeah. He looked pretty good during the Senior Bowl, and I think that was his introduction to a lot of people, how he was playing. I'm not that high on him to the point where, we need to go rush and go get him. But if like you said, if they're trying to look for getting 2 quarterbacks, I would take a flyer on definitely on a guy like that.
Yeah, Taylor Elgersma.
And there's other guys out there that yeah, there's you got Riley, Riley, is it Leonard?
Riley Leonard from Notre Dame.
You know what I'm saying? So you got there's a bunch of guys that I think you can take a flyer on in the later rounds, but I'm not definitely calling those guys to be our starter. Now, can they come in and raise some hell? Of course. I think every quarterback, with the right mentality can come in and shake up a team in preseason and get the job, because I think everybody has pretty much has a competition. But we're just got to wait and see how they play it out. With the guard situation, because I know we were talking about that, I'm more inclined to drafting a guard than actually paying for a guard. I just and maybe it's just my being scarred as a Raider in a good way. I think we've actually did well when we drafted, our linemen instead of paid for them. You know what I'm saying? We a lot of times where we paid for them, it didn't work out. And maybe that's just my scarred Raiderdom, but I would love to just go ahead and draft that guy, have him under what I call cheap labor, which is a rookie contract, and that means at least you will have him for 4 years.
Right. Well, that's what they do. Well, Twuan, that is what the Chiefs did with Trey Smith, is they got their guys, right? They got Trey Smith, they got Creed Humphrey, they got their young guys to be kind of that. They kind of went reverse. They spent the money on the quarterback and then drafted the best offensive line, and that's kind of what I was. Yeah, that's that. There's 2 ways to go about it. It's just that if we don't draft a quarterback, then we're going to need to spend the money on the quarterback. But if we do draft a quarterback, we need to 100% spend the money on O-line. Like that's just the way it's going to work. And I hear what you're saying though, but honestly, dude, Trey Smith's 25 years old. There's going to be kids that are going to be drafted that are the same age. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like he's not an old guy. So your PTSD, I get it, but I don't think Trey Smith would be a bust. I would say, but
I agree with Gunsmoke here. He goes, I really want to have a solid O-line. I'd give anything to have an O-line we don't have to worry about. 100%. Because then it not only helps your quarterback, it helps your running back, helps you in play action. It helps you in so many different aspects. It adds more legitimacy to your offense, to the whole offensive scheme.
Yeah, and to Jeff's point, for the chat, and thanks guys for hanging out with us so late. For the chat, if you want to know the 4 teams that made it to the Final Four, AFC Championship and NFC Championship, look at their O-line and how good they were. The Bills O-line doesn't suck. The Ravens O-line definitely doesn't suck. The Eagles O-line doesn't suck. And we've been talking about Trey Smith and Creed Humphreys from the Chiefs, who are both free agents. Their O-line doesn't suck. So what's the 4 final teams have in common? Their O-lines don't suck. So, and I agree with you, Twuan. We either need to draft it, right? Which is why I wanted Fuaga last year, full disclosure. I was a little shocked on the Bowers pick. I wanted Fuaga. And by the way, I was right about Fuaga for anyone who wants to challenge that, because go look at how good he did. He was a right tackle at Oregon State. They converted him to left tackle and he did great, for the whole year. So he was a good investment. He would have solved our Colton Miller problem, right?
Yeah.
So at this point, you're right, Twuan. If we end up having to keep Colton Miller, then we definitely need to, shore up the guard positions, because we're gonna need it.
Koopa Spytek from Tampa is our GM now.
Yeah. Somebody earlier said, I think it was Diesel. Hey, Diesel said that, mark my words, DK Metcalf will be a Raider. Honestly, man, I wouldn't mind it. the best thing that ever happened to Jackson Smith and Jigba was DK Metcalf. The reason why Jackson Smith and Jigba get so many balls is because of DK Metcalf. But can you imagine DK Metcalf with, okay, so let's pretend that Aiden O'Connell is the guy throwing him the ball. But you got DK, Bowers, Mayer, Jacoby Myers.
805's
Hey.
checking in on us again. You guys
What's
are still rocking it. Late night Raider Talk. Love it.
Oh, hey, yeah, man.
We're
Did
at
you put the kids to bed?
We're at the 3-hour mark now.
Oh, did we?
And this
All
was
right.
this was a total spur of the moment. I just happened to be on with Angelo on Captain Jack's show, and he was hitting the 2-hour limit. I said, I'll fire everyone up right now, and that's it. We just took off.
Twuan came in,
Yeah, it's
Paul, with
perfect.
some really good takes. We're talking about like the O-line situation now. So if you want to hop on, man, if you put the kids to bed, you know, and your wife is sleeping.
Just real quick before you guys get going again, Diesel, if you hit me up on Instagram and message me, I can send you the link if you want to come in now. You know, let me know. All right, go ahead. You can continue.
So no, O-line is the investment. I'm right there with you, Twuan. On the O-line, we talked about how the final 4 teams, they all had great O-line in common. And by the way, the other thing, and we talked about this earlier, Jeff, you mentioned it too, is we had great running backs. Or the 4 teams had great running backs. That James Cook, Ty Johnson, Ray Davis. By the way, shout out to you, Paul. You were absolutely right about Ray Davis. He is awesome. Or even Philadelphia got Saquon Barkley, Kenneth Gainwell, Will Shipley. Like that room worked, right? Kansas, Kareem Hunt. Who knew, guys, that Kareem Hunt would be that great? So Kareem Hunt, Pacheco, Perrine, right?
This comment right here: Eagles have the #1 rated O-line, and the Chiefs have the #5. The Chiefs have the #5 ranked offensive line, but they're going up against one hell of a defensive front.
Yeah,
coming up. I'm telling you, they're gonna have their hands filled with that Eagles defense.
No, my Diesel, my hot take of the night was the Eagles is gonna 100% destroy the Chiefs. It's not even gonna be close. Not even gonna be close. It's gonna look like a boxing match where the bigger, stronger person is gonna keep pounding the ball over and over and over again on the Chiefs. And again, I'm not saying that Chris Jones isn't great. I'm just saying that I just watched James Cook run on the Chiefs. You know what I mean? Like people have been running on the Chiefs. Like it's not like I saw Denver run on the Chiefs. True or false? When you guys watch that Denver?
Everybody can have their way with the Chiefs, but when you're playing 2 teams against one, then that's what's going to happen, you know. And unfortunately, that's what it's been all season. I'm gonna be very honest with you, and I'm not happy with some of the decisions that the NFL has interfered in regards to some of the gameplay, especially in regards to the Chiefs.
Right. And you know what? Somebody said that earlier too, maybe on the Captain Jack show, and I was saying, at this point, all the commentators in America, all the talk shows have already talked so much about
Appreciate you, 805.
I appreciate you, Paul. I'll talk to you later, bro. There's so many talk shows that have talked about that there is a blatant favoritism that the officials are giving the Chiefs, that I'm hoping that now at the biggest game of the year, that doesn't become the story. I don't think Goodell would want that to be the story. So I think if anything, Twuan, we might finally see the Chiefs not even get any calls going their way, you know, just kind of like that we're going to get in trouble.
Look, I highly doubt it. I hate to say it like that. I highly doubt it. Is that bad when you have, like you said, the commentators, you know, on CBS and Fox, they're all playing the replay of the foul that you called, and all of a sudden we're not seeing that foul. You know what I'm saying? Or, you know, and then now you have, you know, the worst thing is, you know, the power of a cell phone, right? You have all these content creators showing the penalty against Mahomes, but then, you know, if Lamar Jackson was doing it, or Jalen Hurts was doing it, it's a no call. You know what I'm saying? The defensive end, splash landed on Lamar Jackson, but you ain't calling that. There's a lot of things that I can't trust. I hate to say it, man. I really love this game, but the way I seen, the Chiefs pretty much get chauffeured all season in the game. Like, it's bad. Taylor Swift ain't that fine.
I'll tell you. I mean, again, it's gotten to the point where you have everyone except Tom Brady because he doesn't want to get in trouble. But you've had every commentator say, "Are you honestly kidding me?" And even the TV referees that are helping the TV broadcast have said, "Yeah, that's not great."
And that's the bad part. They're supposed to be on the team. Like, they're supposed to be backing them up. Like, even if it don't look right, even if it don't look right, they're supposed to be like, "Hey, you know what? I think the ref had the right call here." Like, they're like, I don't even know where this is coming from.
Yeah.
You see this comment right here? He goes, "We're about to get a load of talented, undrafted players from the Ducks, Trojans, and Buckeyes because of the ties to Chip Kelly and Pete Carroll."
Yeah, I said that earlier on.
Too.
Yeah, I said that on the Captain Jack Rackham show, where I said part of the reason why it was great to get Chip Kelly is he's not only recent with winning the national championships, but he knows all these players, throughout the whole program. So he's going to bring in some talents that he knew, or he scouted, or he saw with his own eyes. So yeah, no, I wouldn't be surprised.
I don't like that one. Ugh.
What's Austin saying?
Will the Raiders draft Quinn Ewers in the second round? Ugh.
Honestly, bro, Quinn Ewers isn't going to get drafted in the second round. I guarantee you that once the quarterback needy teams address it in the first and the second, Quinn Ewers won't be there. And then Quinn Ewers will probably go all the way to I'd draft Quinn Ewers in the third if he was there, and we still needed to get somebody. But, I really don't think we will. I honestly think we're going to go with Jackson Dart anyways.
I think it might get pushed farther than that. I think if you don't get your quarterback in the first or early second, you might not see another quarterback until about the fourth or fifth.
I could believe that. I could 100% believe that because again, man, like that's why it was Quinn Ewers should have went back to school. Like, look at what Carson Beck did. He was like, "Hey, I'm just gonna go to Miami to showcase my skills," kind of thing, right? Like, that's what you needed to do. Jalen Milroe, I don't know why he came out. Like, talented as that guy is,
Twuan,
Jalen Milroe gives me a lot of Joe Milton vibes, and go ahead, Twuan, go ahead.
No, and I'm gonna push back on you. It was the perfect time for Milroe to come out because of the pool being so shallow. You know what I'm saying? Of real quarterbacks that that are draftable. He's gonna look lovely at the combine. He's gonna run the fastest 40 time. He's gonna push the heaviest weight. He's gonna throw the ball 85 yards. You know what I'm saying? He's gonna do all of that, and that's what's gonna make him be a draftable guy. You know what I'm saying? Even though he's not a good quarterback of throwing the ball, all the things of the person jumping out of the gym, he's gonna do all of that. So he's
Twuan, we just saw that last year, though. In what round did Joe Milton get picked up in? See what I'm saying? He got picked up in the 7th round, dude. Like Joe Milton.
Yeah, and I think that's pretty much what they're talking about now is how should we fix the O-line and free agency and the draft. You guys are kind of hitting that right now.
Yeah. No, so but that's what I mean about like I don't see Jalen Milroe to me. You know who should draft Jalen Milroe, Twuan? Is the Ravens. Because they might as well have a backup that can learn under Lamar. You know what I mean? Like, the kid Jalen Milroe will be like, "Sorry, man." Like, but I don't think the Ravens are going to waste their first or second pick on Jalen Milroe. So I could see Jalen Milroe really dropping, like you said, Twuan. Once if the quarterbacks don't get taken early second and the first, you're not going to see a quarterback get taken for a long time. Like, remember last year, everybody was waiting, and Spencer Rattler didn't go. Like, a quarterback didn't get taken again until like the third when Spencer Rattler finally got taken.
What's up, Gianna?
So yeah, no, man, no, and yeah, like running backs was the one too. Twuan, did you see any running backs that you think we're gonna get a shot at getting? Because we got those 2 third-round picks too.
Look, that's why I'm so off of Genty. You know what I'm saying? And I like Genty. You know what I'm saying? He is talented, but when you look at the totality of the running back class, there is starting running backs up and down. You know what I'm saying? Up and down the draft. I can give you guys 5 names right now, and you guys can do your homework on it. Ollie Gordon, the third. I'm liking Omarion Hampton. You know what I'm saying, from North Carolina. I like Raheem Sanders, you know what I'm saying, from South Carolina. You know what I'm saying? We've talked about Travion Henderson. Obviously, Judkins is there. There's a lot of guys that are running. There's a lot of starting quality running backs that you can snag. And like you said, it could be the second or third, even the fourth. There's going to be some running backs there. And that's
you could go deeper, Twuan, because you didn't mention Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt. Remember that guy from Shrine Bowl? He looked like Pacheco, dude.
Yeah. So and that's going to be one of our stronger suits too, especially with Pete Carroll. Pete Carroll has an eye for running backs. He's never been in a situation where he hasn't had a running back. You know what I'm saying? Whether he got him in free agency or he pulled the trigger on them in the draft. So I think we're gonna have some diamond in the rough running backs. And it's just gonna be, even with the Bucks, you know what I'm saying? They got Bucky Irvin. Nobody was looking at checking out Bucky Irvin like that. And what did he turn into for the Bucks? So and Spytech was there watching all of that happen. You know what I'm saying? So yeah.
Hey, 805, is this the second account you have? Because you guys almost had the same goddamn thing.
Oh.
It says Milrow gives me Anthony Richardson vibes. And then like a minute later, he goes, Jaden Milrow needed to stay in college one more year. He's Anthony Richardson 2.0.
That's what we were saying.
It's so true, though.
That's what we were saying, man. Jalen Milrow is, to me, I was like saying,
what's up,
he's giving me the Joe Milton vibes, and that's not what we want, man. Which is, by the way, one of the comments was, why don't we just get Justin Fields? Because we don't want Jalen Milrow. No. That's why we're not getting Justin Fields.
Because we need a quarterback, not a running back.
Yeah, no, I'm all about who can throw it accurate, can think clearly, and is willing to take a hit.
Yeah, Buckeye, I don't want to. I think I think the other two on the panel with me here wouldn't want to trade up. I don't agree with trading up for a quarterback. It's too much value we're giving up. It's cost us way too much. And I know 805 doesn't want to do that either. I know he's not on the panel, but he's in the channel, and I respect what he talks about. And I know he doesn't want to do that because you need value for your picks, so that's not value.
Yeah, no, Paul, we were saying that the number 6 pick could actually have the value of the number 1 pick once the other ones, because the Tennessee pick, to me, it's kind of like in that movie Draft Day. That Tennessee GM, man, that guy's gonna panic. He's gonna make a mistake. I'm telling you. Like, if I was the GM for Tennessee, I would just be like, look, unless you're blind, Abdul Carter is the number 1.
Thanks for coming in. Appreciate it. He's the Eagles fan.
Oh, okay.
He's just leaving.
Oh, okay. So I was saying that the Tennessee guy, if I was him, man, because imagine being Tennessee and he takes Cam Ward and the whole thing doesn't work out for whatever reason. They had Will Levis anyways that they just invested a 2nd round pick in last year. Dude, that guy's getting fired. That's what I mean is I think that it'll end up being Abdul Carter's the best. Would you be surprised, Jeff, if Abdul Carter is the one that gets picked up 1st overall, Tennessee? Abdul Carter.
No, I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't. I really wouldn't.
It's the no-brainer, right? It's the no-brainer pick.
If you need an edge rusher and Tennessee needs one, then yeah. Same thing if they needed a defensive tackle, then why would they pass on Graham Mason? or Mason Graham, or whatever.
Paul is saying, Paul, hey, put that one up. Paul says if we trade up for Shador, he would consider shutting his channel down and learn more about.
See, I
pickleball.
know he doesn't want him. I know he doesn't like trading up, and I don't like trading up.
Right.
I'm totally against it in this draft. Last draft for Jaden Daniels, I would have definitely been on board with it, but not for either one of these two guys coming out. Absolutely not. That is.
Right.
You know what? I would probably pull my channel too. I'd be so pissed. I swear to God, if that's what happens, yeah, I'm going to be a different person on doing these things, because I'm going to be like, that's it. You just totally destroyed our draft. Totally destroyed it. And for the next 2 seasons.
Let me ask this question, and then you can go, Twuan. But let me ask this question, because would you consider shutting down your channel, Paul, if Tom Brady knows something about Shador Sanders and he does trade up to like the 3rd pick with the Giants to get, not to the 1st, but let's say it goes 1st round, Titans take Cam Ward because they're stupid instead of taking Abdul Carter, and then Cleveland goes, oh my God, we can get Abdul Carter. And then we won't have to worry about this whole Myles Garrett maybe leaving us at some point, but we could have Myles Garrett and Abdul Carter in the same team too. So now it's the 3rd pick, and New York's in there going, we're going to take Shador, right? If that happens and the Raiders go, we'll trade with New York. Would you shut your channel down, Paul? Or think about shut your channel down? Go ahead, Twuan. Sorry.
I was completely against the Jaden Daniels F them picks movement that everybody was so sold on doing in regards to Jaden Daniels. I think that was just way too much value to jump all the way up to go get someone like Jaden Daniels. Now, the way that it seems like in the draft is going, if we did move up to 3rd or 4th, I don't think it's going to be too much of losing too many draft picks, to do that. So I'm not too, in harm's way of if they decided to go that route. Like you said, if there's something that, Tom Brady is so sold on in regards to, Shador Sanders, and we got to get him, I don't think it's going to kill us to go move up, 2 or 3 slots in the draft. Now, if we were going up to number 1, of course they're going to want the whole boat, but I don't think it's going to cost too much to give up that. I'm not saying that I want that, but if that's what they felt, if they felt like, hey, Shador, we got to go get him now, that's our guy, that's our franchise guy, et cetera, go ahead and get him, because we're close to it. Like I said last year, we were 13, trying to move up to 3. Like that. Yeah, you're giving up the whole boat for that. Like, we're not going to have to do that in this situation. Of course, I would love to have all our draft picks, because that means we're really filling out this team the way we should fill out this team. But if they, like I said, if they feel like if Shador is that guy, I don't mind going up a few slots. And I think that's what it's actually going to take.
So put that one up, what Paul said. This is how he feels, Twuan. He will only trade up to the Giants 3 if the Giants give him, if the Giants
give us 2 first-round picks.
2 first-round picks.
So and that's I know he might be joking about that, or he may be serious about it, but the pain of giving up picks last year versus this year is not going to be as much.
Right.
I'll just say it like that.
You know what? I'll push back on you for a second, Paul. Since you never have me on your show to talk football, I'm just messing with you, dude. But Paul, we don't know what Tom Brady knows, and Tom Brady is clearly in charge. And Tom Brady was the mentor and trained Shador, so there might be something we don't know. And I'm telling you, man, it's possible that if if dumb Tennessee doesn't get the best available player, which is Abdul Carter, because they somehow believe that Cam Ward is going to be a better option than Will Levis, when Jeff, you and I could agree he's not all that, man.
No.
Then Cleveland, let's say, then goes, oh my God, we got a shot to get Abdul Carter. I don't think Stefanski's that dumb. I think Stefanski will be like, I'm gonna get my boy Kirk Cousins. Let's go get the best available player, Abdul Carter. Now we're gonna have an Abdul Carter Myles Garrett thing going, and then we never have to worry about edge rush. And then you get to that third pick, man. The Giants, I can see, especially because Joe Shane did the dumbass move of letting Barkley go for nothing. By the way, they got nothing out of letting Barkley go, and now Barkley's in the Super Bowl.
Here's a good question. Could Shador be better than Jaden Daniels? I'll answer that. No.
Jaden Daniels was exactly what AP told us he would be. He's very, very, like, very psychotically cool under pressure.
For two reasons. One, I just don't think he's got the same talent as Jaden Daniels. And two, he's not starting in his first season like Jaden Daniels was. Jaden Daniels came out of the gates hot. You know, from the moment he was drafted, you knew that kid was just something special. You know, I don't feel that with Shador. I don't feel that he's something special. And I definitely don't feel like he's special enough where we should be trading up for him. Absolutely not. I feel the same way for Cam Ward. I wouldn't take any quarterback in the first round, at least not from pick 10 forward at this moment, unless things change with the combine and everything, and then their pro days. But because all those rankings are going to start flip-flopping now. And now that the Senior Bowl games are over and combines are going to be coming up, pro days, and then once the final rankings are pretty much solidified, I guess you would say, to where they can't damage their rankings anymore.
So Jeff, you don't believe that those two, and we're talking about obviously the top two quarterbacks, which is Shador and Cam. You don't think those guys are going to be gone by pick 10?
Well, I'm sure they're going to be taken, but hopefully not by us. I think we've got too many immediate needs right now where I know we need a quarterback, and everybody's saying we need a quarterback. I get it. I'm not against drafting one. Just I don't think one of those two are the answer when we've got other generational talent that could be picked instead of them. Like Abdul Carter if he falls to us, Mason Graham if he falls to us. I mean, those are two guys right there that I would definitely take over either one of those two quarterbacks without a doubt. Because again, you've already got AOC 12 on the team. You draft another quarterback in the second round and beyond. It could be a dart. It could be Chip Kelly talking everybody into let's get Howard. Someone that he's worked with for a few years, someone that he knows. That's worked with him for the last year and won a national championship with. I mean, there's other things here than just those two quarterbacks. People tend to forget that. There's other needs this team needs or has. But that's why my take's not a popular one on AOC, and I've been on AOC's corner for a long time now.
No, I'm with you on that one, Jeff. I mean, like I've been an Aiden O'Connell guy since he came in, and because of I don't mean that from the rookie year, guys. So don't get me wrong, he was 4th round pick that we traded up for to get into 4th. I'm talking about the fact that when he basically saved us in his rookie year, where he had to deal with that shit show of rotating staff, where Josh McDaniels says, okay, you're going to start over Jimmy Garoppolo. And then he throws a pick when everybody knows we should have ran the ball, right? And then he kind of gets blamed for that first start. Then he doesn't start for all that time. The Raiders go on a losing streak. And then he starts and he ends up winning 5 games, to close out the year. That's what I'm saying is, and then the worst move, which I think actually got AP fired, is whatever possessed them to think that Gardner Minshew was going to be the better choice. If you're going to get fired anyways, bro, you go with the guy that got you the job. So
exactly. That's why I thought going into this season, after the way we finished in the 2023 season, we were going to be going in the right direction based on how we finished. And AOC was gonna be the guy, but then he hires Luke dumbass Getzey. He comes in, and somehow they're like, oh, let's bring in Gardner Minshew. I'm like,
Right.
what are we doing?
Yeah. Yeah.
What?
And then that's the thing too, Jeff, is that so then what
blows
happens?
my mind.
Then what happens? Then we ask
That was-
Aiden O'Connell again to come in. And what does Aiden O'Connell do? Aiden O'Connell again, under pressure in a shit show scenario, still produces for us, like it or not. And some people will sit there and go, well, he was playing kind of scrub minutes. He wasn't playing against the best players, blah, 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 blah. Look, man, I have eyes. The guy can get the ball to where it needs to go. Does he make mistakes? Yes. Are you honestly telling me Caleb Williams this year wasn't making a ton of mistakes himself because he was desperate? Yeah. If you don't protect Aiden O'Connell, he's going to suck. This is the same Aiden O'Connell, by the way, who on his junior year took Purdue to their bowl games and was projected to be a top 15 first round pick. Same guy. So I'm just saying, like, what's the problem with if we don't get a Matthew Stafford? Let's just say, because Twuan, we're on the same page with the Matthew Stafford thing. Why not just let Aiden O'Connell, like, if Chip Kelly can do that for Will Howard, like, who would, like, let's be honest, like, you guys want Will Howard? Like, I don't want Will Howard. I mean, I'm not saying, like, if Will Howard falls in the 6th round and he happens to be there, sure, man. But I'm
What's
not
a shot at that point?
Yeah, I'm not spending a 3rd round pick on Will Howard when I could literally get a crazy good running back in the 3rd. I could get two good running backs in the 3rd with both 3rd round picks. Like, that's ridiculous, man. We're not doing that. What's up?
Slow-mo. Slow-mo. Sholo. No, I didn't see it, but that's pretty freaking cool if that's what they did last night on the Grammys.
That's awesome.
Jeff, I don't know if you saw the Grammys. They had the LA Fire Department come out on stage and present an award tonight. I think you said you were retired. Yeah, I'm no longer in the fire service. Anyways, just thought it was cool. Yeah, that's pretty cool that they did that. Well, I mean, I'm sure they saved some of those people's houses.
So
anyhow.
that is super cool. That's very cool.
Yeah, that is good. I like
So
that.
here's one that also, and again, this was my whole theory, Twuan, earlier when I was saying our 6th pick could end up being this amazing trade piece. In all honesty, if all the people pick whatever they pick and all these great players come, do you guys know that on the draft boards, both Kelvin Banks and Will Campbell keep being in the top 5? Those are O-line. That's why I'm like, that means a Mason Graham could actually fall to us. A Travis Hunter, a Will Johnson, a Tetaroa McMillan. I mean, like, and those type of guys, if you're the Raiders right now, knowing what you know with the money that you have with 112 million, you know what I'm saying? Like, there might be someone from the bottom going, oh, I really want Tetaroa McMillan. The one thing I wouldn't do is I would not, if Mason Graham is there, I'm not trading that pick. I'm an idiot if I trade the pick for Mason Graham.
Yeah.
I'm taking Mason
ridiculous.
Graham. But for any of those guys, whether it's Will Johnson, like, yes, Will Johnson is good. Do I need to draft him in the 6th? No, I don't. I do not. Especially if Morig doesn't sign with us again, I'll just go get Malachi Starks later, man. Like, it's fine. So that's what I mean is, like, Will Johnson, somebody could be desperate to get him. Somebody could be really desperate to get Travis Hunter because he was the Heisman Trophy winner. And let's be honest, like, Twuan, can you see Travis Hunter dropping? Because I can see him dropping to 6.
Unfortunately, yes, I can see that.
So at 6th pick, you probably wouldn't want Travis Hunter, right? But if somebody's like, oh my God, I want Travis Hunter, I'm willing to give you 3 first rounds. I mean, come on, man. Like, we're not.
To be honest with you, I would get Travis Hunter
over 3 first round picks.
That him and Bennett. That's the new Soul Patrol.
Okay, let me get this clear, Twuan. If someone offers you for your 6th pick because they want Travis Hunter.
Oh, you're talking about
Three-
gaining capital? Yeah, gain capital.
That's what I thought you would say, because I'm like,
Okay.
no, dude.
Yeah.
If anyone offers us 3 first-round picks for the 6th overall, Spytech is not the whiz kid if he's willing to gamble 3 first-round picks, because whoever that person is going to be like. So that's what I mean is you know that there's one projection, and this is from a good dude too. I don't know if you listen to him, Twuan and Jeff. Ryan Wilson with CBS, right? Like I listen to him with the first pick, and he's with Rick Spielman, and they do all this cool stuff, right? And they give us good stats. That guy has Abdul Carter projected to get picked up 8th.
That means we're passing on him. Who's he got us projected to
So
pick?
his projection right now is that the Titans are going to take Cam Ward. The Browns are going to take Shedeur Sanders. The Giants are going to make a splash and take Travis Hunter. The Patriots need O-line, so they're going to take Kelvin Banks. The Jaguars badly needs a Mason Graham, so they're going to take Mason Graham, especially with the new coach who said Duval. I don't know.
You didn't say it right. It wasn't zesty enough.
Yeah, yes, that. And then Ryan Wilson has the Raiders taking Will Johnson. The Jets take Tetero and McMillan over Abdul Carter, and Abdul Carter ends up 8th with the Panthers. So that's what I'm saying, guys.
Who does he have us taking?
Will Johnson, cornerback, Michigan. But that's what I'm trying to say is, if it falls the way he's even saying it, that like you're talking about, the number 6 pick could be anybody from Will Johnson, Tetero McMillan, Abdul Carter in his board. Right now, again,
those are the only 3 I really wanted in this draft until I really started seeing more about Mason Graham. So
okay, and this again, man, people think I'm crazy when I do stuff like this, right? But I'll sit there and I'll go, wait a minute.
No,
unless I'm getting Abdul Carter, I'll give up Tetero and McMillan because let's say I don't know. Okay, I'll throw a scenario out. The Saints, okay? The Saints at 9 says to us, because they're stupid, they're going to give up 3 first-round picks to move up to 6 because they
I'm a
want
Celtics fan, so I'm go Celtics. Go ahead.
The Saints go, they want it, and they're willing to give us their number 9 and 2 consecutive first rounds. So that's 3 first-round picks to go up to 6 because they want Tetero McMillan. I do it because at 9. You know who I would take at 9, knowing that Abdul Carter, Mason Graham, all these guys are already gone? Will Campbell, LSU, tackle guard. I would go get him at 9, and now I have 2 first-round picks. So, again,
you know what though, but Buckeye, I don't think 3 first rounds is unlikely in this. You got to realize the amount of talent that's non-quarterback in this draft is pretty insane. What the hell was that? Somebody just plow my driveway?
Oh no.
Oh, it's snowing like a bastard out there right now. That's why.
Okay.
I wonder if my neighbor's out doing the streets and probably just swung, because it sounded like somebody just came right down my driveway, but maybe not.
Right. So here, you could put this one up, dude. Tight Tite of CPT. I don't know what that is.
What, Bennett overrated one?
No. The one that he goes, so if Shedeur Sanders is there at 6. So my answer to that would be
I am.
I would too, but I believe that Tom Brady, he knows something about Shedeur that we don't know. So I could see him passing up on Shedeur. I could see him not passing up on Shedeur is what I meant to say. I could see him going, oh, okay, well, he's there anyway, so let's just take him. Like, I can see that. But for me, I'm telling you, man, if somebody's willing to give us a boatload, because you know who I'm talking about, Jeff, Jalen Walker from Georgia. Dude, That guy really popped. Jalen Walker, man, he kind of reminds me of a Micah Parsons, man. Like I'm impressed. I'm impressed, and I would be very surprised if he doesn't get picked up in the top 10. But he probably won't. He'll probably be dropped from 11 to 15. Is Jalen Walker. Oh, what's up, Twuan? Oh
no, I was just agreeing with you.
Oh yeah, okay. And then Oh, he's
Like
CP3.
Dixon said, that's Brady's boy. We ain't passing on sure. I hope.
Yeah,
we
yeah.
do.
That's what we were saying is that we're saying me and Jeff would. You know
Yeah.
what? Twuan probably wouldn't. If Shador falls on 6, Twuan likes Shador, so he would probably
Sholo
take him.
says. Sholo said the same thing. Jalen Walker is like is a light Micah Parsons or Von Miller type of player.
Yeah, that's what I saw too. I was like, damn, this guy. Is
Oh my God! Could
crazy
you imagine
good.
if the Eagles get him?
Oh, come on, man, stop it.
That's what he just said too.
Oh,
I mean,
man,
they do love their Georgia boys. That's part of the reason why they took Jalen Carter when they did.
and
You know?
here's the thing.
They were
too,
but the thing is, they were in a perfect position to take him at that point because it was no risk to them because
Exactly.
they were already set at defense on their front line. They just added him in. He was there with his other Georgia boys. They kept them out of trouble. And now look at it. Second year in, he's a freaking Pro Bowler. Second year in for our guy, where is he? A spot player. Occasionally, he has a good game.
Here's one that
Or
would
as
shock
805 says, if he's unblocked, he's a Pro Bowler.
Yeah. Here's one that would shock you guys in the chat, but I can see it happening. So remember how Dion was talking to Jerry Jones and blah, 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 and all that? It would not surprise me at all, dude. And it would be a very Jerry Jones type move to move up and try to get Shador. So let's play that scenario out. Number 6
I think
happens.
he goes for Genty more than anything.
No, I know. But let's say number 6 happens, and we now have a shot to get Shador. But then Spytech takes a call from Jerry Jones, and Jerry Jones goes, hey, we're willing to give you whatever, blank for your 6th pick. And then we drop to 12. You know what? I would totally do that. I would be like, sure, you want Shador? Great. Now I know that you're going to take Shador. And then we drop to 12. At 12, the projected picks are people that people that want those awesome tight ends. And you already know we don't need tight end like Tyler Warren or you know, there's some of these other guys that they want. We could trade down again. We can end up, you know, we could really do some cool shit this year because there's so many talented people, just like Jeff said.
Oh yeah.
And Twuan, you know it. You were telling us about all those running backs. Like we could literally do the trade down game and still end up being happy.
You'll have the pick of the litter at everybody at that point. You know,
I mean,
if you want to, especially with the amount of picks you're going to accumulate. Now, here's my take on trading our 6th pick to say Dallas, because if you know he wants either Shador, if he's there, or if he wants Genty, and I said this the other day on one of the shows, you offer him the 6 for the 12, and we want a player from you from Dallas, and you give him 2 names. You got to pick one of them. We want Micah Parsons or CD Lamb.
Yeah, man. He's not
They want
gonna
that
do that.
But if they want that pick that bad, they want that player that bad, it's like, all right, take it or leave it. All right, you don't want to give us Micah? All right, fine, we want CD Lamb. No, well, then we're sticking at number 6 and we're taking Abdul Carter or Graham or whoever instead. Good luck getting shit off Sanders now.
So,
Right.
So I just
lay it in their lap, you know, let them cave.
Yeah, Jeff,
Shot.
Jeff and Angelo, I was actually, while you guys are talking, I was actually digging to see what it would actually equate, right?
Okay.
In the mock drafts, Dallas would be 12, and what they're giving me is for the 6th pick, they're giving me their 12, their 44, and their 174.
No first round for next year?
No.
So they're just gonna give me the 1st and the 2nd.
Yeah, give me 1st, 2nd, and I don't know what the 174 is.
174 is wait. 174 would be the 4th. I think that's the 4th. No, because 199 was Brady. So no, that's got to be the 4th. Okay, 32, 64 plus 32 is 90. Yeah. So 174 is like their 4th, I think. I think that would be their 4th or their 5th. I don't like that deal, man. I mean, I get that they're giving me
Ooh.
the first and the second, but I don't like that deal. I want the first and the second and next year's first. I'll take
What
that.
about what this one just said? Tight. It says Diggs in the first rounder and a second from the Cowgirls.
I like Diggs.
Hmm.
Wait. So what is it again? I'm swapping my first for theirs.
It'd be what's his Tay Diggs? That's the brother.
Yeah, no. It's the brother of Stephon Diggs.
Yeah, I know. I can't remember. Tavon.
Yeah, I'm forgetting his name, man. But I know he's the really good cornerback. Honestly, okay, you know what? I'd call him back and I'd go, I want Bland. Give me Deron Bland. Swap the firsts, and I want your next year's first.
You like Bland? Really?
Yeah, don't you think he's pretty good?
Yeah. I mean, he's okay. I think he's more of a flash in the pan.
Okay. All right. That's fair. That's fair. But again, my point to the whole trading thing was that the value of the sixth pick once, new GM guy for Tennessee makes his mistake and everybody else picks like, Cleveland. I mean, I'm telling you, man, Cleveland is not going to take a quarterback. Stefanski will not. He will get Kirk Cousins and they will take best available player. And I can see that.
This is a good take from Sholo. He goes, Miami received a third-round pick in 2022 and a first-round pick in 2022 and a first round in 2023 from San Francisco to trade from 12 to 3 for Trey Lance.
Yeah, I remember that. I remember that.
Yeah, I do too.
So that's what I'm saying is like, it's very possible. And then again, that's the crazy thing too, is there's so many projects out there. For that matter, how do we know, by the way, that Chip Kelly might like Desmond Ridder as a project? I'm not saying as a starter, but as a project.
Yeah,
he's a fucking project, all right. He can go bye-bye. He's another one. See you later.
But
him and Minshew should not be on this roster. Well,
the whole thing with Minshew
should be gone.
The whole thing with Minshew is we front loaded him and paid him the guarantee, and then he doesn't cost a lot for his second year, which is final year anyways. So if we can't trade him for even a sixth or a seventh round, then why not just keep him? Is the whole thing.
Unfazed says Trey Lance will be our QB next year. Oh, God help us.
I think Jerry really likes him. I don't think he's going anywhere.
Jerry likes everybody. He wants everyone
I'll take
on
Trey
his
Lance
team.
over Ritter.
Okay,
you know
that's
what? I don't
take.
like Trey Lance, but I would take him over.
Yeah,
Ritter.
I would take him over Ritter too. I would take him over Ritter. Yeah.
Oh God, that's so painful thinking about that. Though. Talk about a guy that got bounced around the NFL now, huh?
Man,
Good
I mean,
Lord.
and what's crazy is he was traded to be the third round pick. You know what? Honestly, though, he's so young, man. Let me see how old Trey Lance is. I think he's only 23 now. I mean, he's a young guy. It might end up being like what we saw Sam Darnold become. You just gotta wait. And look at Geno Smith. Geno Smith.
You say Minshew could probably get us fetch us a 6th round pick. I don't know about that, but that would be funny.
So check this out, Jeff. Trey Lance is only 24 years old, man.
I mean, he's young.
Yeah, I wouldn't hate it if he did come, as long as it's more of a project.
I mean, not for nothing, San Fran didn't see it working out for him. It didn't work out for the Cowboys. I mean, what did he play? He played. Did he? Yeah, he played. No, Cooper Rush went in for him. It's just Trey Lance. No.
I mean, I don't even know if he'll end up in Dallas next year, but I'm just saying that's kind of, like there's this whole rumor about how the Raiders will. Oh, in fact, if no one's addressed it yet, I see the headlines all the time. Sam Darnold will be a Raider and he's going to get paid like $45-50 million.
Yeah, what a waste of money that's going to be. You think we wasted money on Minshew? Shit, man. I don't. Oh, hi.
Oh, Twuan disappeared. Oh, Twuan. You bet. Maybe he'll come back. I don't know if that was
Still
his,
linked in. He's still
Oh,
linked
is he?
in.
Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, no, but that's on the headlines about the whole Sam Darnold going to the Raiders, and there's a lot of people that are really confident about that. I don't know, man. I think Pete Carroll and Chip Kelly maybe, based on what I saw Ohio State do, like I said, if Chip Kelly can do that with Will Howard, what makes you think he can do that with Aiden O'Connell?
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying is we saw what he did with Will Howard, and unless you guys are telling me Will Howard is better.
Pete Carroll is gonna make Minshew in the Hall of Fame.
Wow, that would be the hottest take ever if that happened. So yeah, no, show low, man. I agree with you 100%, dude. Like, and again, I'm glad Sam Darnold did well, but I think he'll only do well throwing to Justin Jefferson and Jordan Addison and.
Oh, that's just it. I mean,
yeah.
And here it was the last game of the season. They're playing for the #1 seed against Detroit, and he blows it big time. They only scored 9 points. Then they're in the playoffs on the road. No, were they on the road?
Yeah,
they were on the road. High flying offense shut down again. Only scored 9 points. All field goals. In the 2 biggest games of the season, the 2 biggest. The Monday night game to get you possibly the #1 seed and win your division,
and then lose to the
and
Bucs.
the bye week, and then lose, and then go and lose to the Bucs in the playoffs on the road with your high flying offense. Come on,
right? Or I take that back. Was it the Rams? I think they lost to the Rams because the Bucs
it was Rams because it was in Arizona.
Yeah, the Bucs
they had
lost
to move
to the
game
Redskins
to Arizona
or to the Commanders. Yeah.
Yep.
So. But I mean, again, and by the way, that also show, and not to say that Sam Darnold isn't good, because he was a 3rd round pick by the Jets, and he's eventually showing, like, the guy, like, look, I'm not going to sit there and try to say that Sam Darnold doesn't have zip on the ball. He could throw the ball for sure, right?
Yeah.
And he still got some of those ghosts lingering. So I think him staying with the Vikings would be a more proper move for him. Hey, he's back. Twuan's back. So I think that Sam Darnold staying would be a proper move with the Vikings. But having said that, that's why we all sit here and go, damn, Jaden Daniels is really good. Because Jaden Daniels did what Sam Darnold couldn't do, and Jaden Daniels did it in his first year. And Jaden Daniels did it arguably with less weapons. Because can you imagine Jaden Daniels with Justin Jefferson, Jordan Addison, Naylor, TJ Hawkinson? I mean, dude, like, what are we talking about here? Like, that's how good Jaden Daniels is. So, and again, I'm not even trying to say Caleb Williams isn't good, because I think Caleb Williams is a product of instability the same way Aiden O'Connell is a product of instability. And this is not a take of me saying Aiden O'Connell is as good as Caleb Williams. What I'm trying to say, everyone,
I know what you mean.
Yeah, what I'm trying to say is, if you give a quarterback some stability, you might find out who they really are. And once they show you who they are, then I think that the Bears...
If Ben Johnson is good as he's supposed to be, then you're going to see a dramatic change in
Caleb
Williams.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah, and with them finally getting a pick, like, I'll guarantee you that the Bears get an O-line. I'll guarantee it, because if people in the top 10 pass up on an O-line, dude, they're getting Will Campbell, Kelvin Bay. They're gonna get somebody. They're getting an O-line. That's who they're getting. They're sitting there saying to themselves, "Hey, Caleb, who do you want protecting you?" Like, that's what they're doing.
This is an easy one to answer. Who's our wide receiver core for next year? Jacoby Myers and a tight end, Brock Bowers. That's pretty much about it.
That's pretty good, though. That's a good 1 and 2. That's a good 1 and 2 right there. But honestly, like going into the season, there are going to be wide receivers in the market. There's a ton of wide receivers in the draft. Twuan, who's the wide receivers in the draft? Go ahead. Who did you see? Who did you like?
In the later rounds, I like Nick Nash, Will Shepherd. Actually, you can give me anybody from Colorado. To be honest with you, it could be Will Shepherd, it could be LaJohntay Wester, it could be Jimmy Horn Jr. He's their speedy wide receiver. There's some big body guys. You know what I'm saying? I know everybody likes, McMillan or whatever, but in the later rounds, like I said, Nick Nash from my area, San Jose State, he's a big body. Will Shepherd is a big body. So there's some options there at wide receiver, definitely. And I think we could pick some of those guys off. I like Jack, and I liked him before the Senior Bowl. Jack Besh. He's one of those guys. I don't know if he's going to equate to being a number one wide receiver, but he's just one of those guys, kind of like a Jacoby Myers. He always gets open, and that's what I've noticed from Jack Besh from TCU. So there's some options, but those are just a handful of guys on top of my head that I definitely wouldn't mind having here for us. Because I think we need something outside of Jacoby Myers. I know people are believing in Jacoby Myers, and I like Jacoby Myers too, but I think there was a benefit to him being not the number one, but the number two, wide receiver-wise. I know that you can say, oh, yeah, Brock Bowers is our number one, but, no, I'd rather have a traditional wide receiver and then have, Jacoby Myers just killing it against that second corner. Because he just seems to be the guy that always gets open.
Yeah, and again, to your point, Twuan, there are others who I feel can drop to us somehow, like the kid from Stanford, Alec Ayamanor. There's that kid from Texas, Matthew Golden.
Yeah.
There are good wide receivers, so I'm not worried about it, man. And I'm still a big believer in Jacoby Myers. So I think that people they want someone sexy and flashy like a T. Higgins. But I'm gonna be honest with you. If Jacoby Myers had Jamar Chase as a wide receiver one, I bet you he would be every bit as good at catching the ball,
right,
as T. Higgins. Like, come on, man. What are we talking about here? The fact that you guys saw Jacoby Myers still get 1,000 yards, and Brock Bowers was the number one wide receiver, pretty much tells you how good Jacoby Myers is. In fact, let me also say the fact that Jacoby Myers quarterbacks were Gardner Minshew and then finally getting Aiden O'Connell. So he had to come from behind, Jeff. He had to come from behind, Twuan, to get to the 1,000 yards, right? Like, come on, man. What are we talking about? That we're fine with wide receivers, and no one in this panel likes Trey Tucker. I mean, we got him for a third rounder.
I don't think there's nothing wrong with Trey Tucker. I think it's just we need someone that can actually throw him the ball.
I agree with that,
because I think that was really because there was plenty of times when I went back and looked at tape, Trey Tucker was open. He was just way down the field. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So you need someone that can get it to him.
Right.
AOC did, AOC every once in a while, hit him, but that was about that was like our best bet for Trey Tucker to, get his action.
Right. I mean, he is fast and he is tough. What's your issue with Trey Tucker, Jeff? Why don't you like Trey Tucker?
Because we traded him for a couple of lollipops from the Lollipop Guild and the Wizard of Oz. I mean, Jesus Christ, look at the size of these guys. They're peanuts.
Okay.
They're little dudes, man. We need some tall-ass wide receivers. What the fuck?
Well, I mean, that's why we're probably going to get, like I said, we'll probably either draft somebody or there will be. In fact, everybody talks about T. Higgins so much, but I bet you that's not the only wide receiver that's open in the market.
Oh, Brazil. Thanks for being here.
I mean, but that's also, Jeff was talking about we need bigger wide receivers. That's another reason why I can't just hang my hat on Jacoby Myers. Like, I mean, Jacoby, what is he, 6'2"? You know what I'm saying? Like, there's other big body wide receivers. Like Nick Nash is, I think, like 6'4". Will Shepherd is like 6'3". You know what I'm saying? You got bigger wide receivers in the draft that you can get. So I can't just rely on, and I think Tucker works, but it only works when you have multiple, when you're using him as an auxiliary option. You know what I'm saying? When you got that X and when you got that secondary wide receiver, and then all of a sudden you got Trey Tucker doing whatever he wants to do as a slot wide receiver, that's when it becomes even more dangerous. But, like you said, kind of like our corners, you know what I'm saying? Before we got, well, Jack Jones is short too, but we got the lollipop guild in the corner room too.
Yeah, kind of.
Right.
Yeah. So 805 still up.
Oh, really?
Posted. Yep.
Damn.
Savion Williams, TCU, 6'5", 4'4" guy, 50-50 ball guy, speed and freak athlete, 4th round projection, needs work on route running, but bring an element to this wide receiver core we don't have.
Here's the reason why I'm going to push back on Paul. The last time I saw the last time I saw a TCU guy that's supposed to be awesome, his name was Quentin Johnston for the Chargers, and he dropped a lot of balls. Man, are you sure this guy's not dropping any balls?
Hey,
Horn frogs.
Hey, Jack Best is from TCU, and I think he's advertised. He's what?
He's the real deal. Okay.
Yeah.
Jack Best is the real deal. Okay. I'll look up this one that Paul's talking about. I was gonna throw this one at you guys because
he said still working and listening.
I was saying here's one for you. So we were talking about wide receivers, and I get it. So
I'll be right back.
Would you
guys
consider Twuan Amari Cooper, who's a free agent coming back to the Raiders?
No.
30 years old, team-friendly deal.
No.
Amari Cooper.
No.
I'm sure he doesn't want to play in Buffalo where it's cold. Come to Vegas.
No.
You don't want Amari Cooper?
No.
Really? Wow, you're gonna say no. Okay, here's another one for you. And
He
again,
likes to
I'm
drop the
not
ball.
talking about overpaying for these guys. I'm talking about these guys actually coming in on a team-friendly deal because they want to come be a Raider. So you're saying no to Amari Cooper?
Amari Cooper likes to drop the ball.
All right.
I'm good.
Okay.
I don't
How
think
about-
that, and I don't think that, in the beginning of his years, I was like, okay, he's one of those guys. Okay, he's a rookie. He's still trying to learn how to catch the ball, But at this point, he's still dropping balls, and he's a good route runner. You can give that to him, but you can run the best route in the world, but if you can't squeeze the football, what do I got you for?
Okay. All right. I'll throw another name out there. So now that we have Spy Tech, you already know that he's looking at all of his old people. How about Chris Godwin? He's a free agent.
You know what?
And again, I'm talking about team-friendly deals here because they want to come to the Raiders.
I would take a look at it.
Okay. You would, even with the injury, you would take a look at Chris Godwin. All
yeah,
right.
because what I would do is actually make Jacoby the number 1, and then make Godwin the number 2.
Okay. Here's one that you'll probably say no to, but I got to ask anyways. He will be a free agent. Stephon Diggs.
Hell no. To the no.
Okay. All right. Okay. I mean, again, I'm just throwing it out there.
I think injuries have played a toll in his game, and I think his best days were ahead, behind him.
Okay.
And not ahead of him.
All right. How about this one? Because DeAndre Hopkins is still out there. He doesn't win the Super Bowl with the Chiefs. Raiders make him an offer. How about DeAndre Hopkins?
As an auxiliary piece.
Okay. But you would consider it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I wanted D Hop when he left the Texans. I was mad that he left for that much. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I think
It was nothing. It was like a
third
bag
or
of
something
peanuts.
crazy.
Dude, it was nothing. It was like a bag of peanuts.
Yeah, I was
It's
like, we
ridiculous.
could have had D-Hop. I look.
All right. How about here you go. So you take a flyer on Godwin, D-Hop. I'm just looking through. Man, there's a lot of good free agents, by the way. I there's a lot of good free agents coming out.
D-Hop, you know, he may not have the speed like he used to, but he still got hands.
Okay. Yeah.
And
no,
I
he'd be a good
value that
mentor.
more than anything. I need my wide receivers to catch.
Right. Now I was just thinking, you know, because he would be a really good mentor for
That
everyone.
too.
So
That too.
how about Hollywood Brown? He'll be a free agent too.
I think we already have that here. Between
okay.
Tucker
With Tucker.
and DJ Turner, I think we already got that.
Okay. Here's one. Yeah, because
at least for a free agent, if we drafted another speedy wide receiver, I'm like, okay, well, you know, maybe we're gonna fizzle DJ Turner out, or you know, find something for Trey Tucker, you know, his replacement. But
right.
yeah, I'm cool with free agents.
Right. No, how about this though? How about this? And again, Paul earlier was talking about like the tall 6'5" kind of X kind of guy. What do you think of Darius Slayton? Team friendly, wants to come to us. What do you think of that?
I think there's still something left with Darius Slayton.
Yep.
I think unfortunately he was in situations where, you know, the quarterback wasn't too stable. So I would bring him into camp. Definitely.
Okay. All right. How about this one? He will be a free agent this year, unless I'm reading this wrong. Keenan Allen. That's
No.
a tall. No?
No.
You're saying no to Keenan Allen?
Too many injuries.
Okay. Yeah, I mean
Good
he did pretty good with a shitty Bears team.
I think he could have did more.
Yeah, I think he could if it wasn't in the snow. it was at Allegiant. But okay. And Keenan Allen would have a lot of goods on the Chargers too. So, yeah, I mean, like I said, like there's options for us to get wide receivers. That's why I'm not trying to get desperate about it. Is because I feel like there are options for wide receivers, and man, there's a ton of free agents, dude. I'm looking at these names and I'm like, really? I didn't even know that. One of the best Filipino players in the league, Cameron Bynum, safety. He's a free agent. I'm like, man, I would love it if he became a Raider. Cam Bynum can play. And again, this is if Trayvon Moehrig doesn't want to do a hometown discount because he thinks he's better. I mean, if I got to pay top dollar for a safety, I'd rather pay it to Cam Bynum. If I'm being honest, his end zone dances alone is worth it. I'm still looking through, and there's a lot of O lines too. Did you know this, dude? Free agents wise, there's a ton of O lines that are gonna be free agents. I'm like, damn. You know, I mean, I don't know how many of these teams will be able to retain their O line, but we're gonna have a pretty good shot. I'm just gonna throw this out there because I saw it. But do you think Spytech will bring Levante David to the Raiders? Because he's a free agent. I can see that, right? That's one of his dudes.
That's not a bad option.
Oh, there you go. Jeff's back.
I would definitely put Diablo on the next Spirit flight to wherever his lovely destination wants to be.
Are you at least gonna make sure that he's not flying Frontier or Spirit?
No, it gotta be Spirit.
Okay.
It gotta be Spirit.
Oh man.
You know, because you know
I know I missed a lot of chat in here, but
we have arrangements. So you know, all we have to ask him is where would you like to go? And if he says I need to go to Georgia, okay, well, You know, the Spirit flight leaves at 9 p.m. Don't be late.
That's funny. That is funny. Yeah, no, I was just saying, Jeff. I don't know if you missed this, but as I was trying to look for wide receivers, and me and Twuan started talking about like Godwin and maybe Hopkins and stuff like that in the free agency market, because there will be a lot. And I'm saying it as fan friendly deals that obviously they want to come play for the Raiders because it's Las Vegas and it's an indoor stadium, and there's so many positives to playing here, right? But then I'm looking at some of these names and I'm like, damn, I didn't know Cam Bynum was a free agent. And in all honesty, if Trayvon Morrig's trying to play the whole I can get paid more money, I'd rather spend more money on getting Cam Bynum. The fact that he's Filipino alone will make the merchandises go up here for Raiders. But Cam Bynum is hella good, dude. For the Vikings as a safety, I would take Cam Bynum over Trayvon Morrig. I'm just saying. I'm not trying to get rid of Trayvon Morrig. I obviously want him to stay. I just don't want him to play hardball with us and act like he's better.
I'm kind of partial in regards to Merrick, because I think Merrick is our defense on the back end. I think because he's been in the defense so much, you know what I'm saying? And
but are you? No, I agree. I agree with you on his needs. But my question to you is, but would you pay him as one of the higher paid safeties?
Oh, I'm not saying that we need to, change the market, you know what I'm saying, at safety. And I don't think, he might. I don't know Merrick's, mentality when it comes to money or whatever. But I think we should respect him. You know what I'm saying?
That's fair.
I'm not saying we need to super lowball him or anything like that. I think it needs to be respectable.
Right. No, I'm with you.
I'm not breaking the bank either.
So you know how you keep hearing about how there's the possibility of Najee Harris possibly coming to the Raiders, right? And we've spoken about how there are a lot of running backs we could draft, but probably would be good to get a senior running back. So what do you think about Nick Chubb coming to the Raiders?
I'm not down with that one at all.
Even on a team-friendly deal?
Nope. Najee Harris, if we're bringing anybody in for a running back.
Okay. All right. So
that's what I want.
No Aaron Jones is for you. You want Najee. It's Najee or nothing, or we're going to the draft, is what you're saying. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm not really even a big
Chubb is. Huh?
I said I'm not really that big on Najee.
No, I mean I get it. Some people aren't, but the thing with
I know
Chubb
he's young, and that might be the benefit, right?
And that's totally the big benefit right there. Plus Chubb's got injury history.
Yeah.
That's what worries me with him, because he's a bigger back. He's more of a power type guy. I'm not sold on him for that amount of, for what amount of money he's going to want to.
So here's the last wide receiver, Twuan. Would you take a chance on a team friendly again? He wants to come to the Raiders, and you wanted a tall wide receiver, like Paul was saying, Mike Williams.
Who?
Mike Williams.
Who's Mike Williams?
He played with the Rams, then he went to most recently he was with the Steelers.
Who's Mike Williams?
Oh, okay. Okay, all right.
I don't know who that is. I haven't really seen him play a lot on the field.
Okay, all right. Now I'm just curious. I'm being sarcastic, but I'm being honest at the same time. Mike Williams is another injury-prone wide receiver. Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Wasn't he hurt this year too?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
When isn't he hurt?
After how many years upon years, the Chargers were hopefully getting a healthy Mike Williams a season. Like, he just has that injury bug. I'm sorry.
Well, while I was outside, I heard you guys talk about Keenan Allen. Oh, hell no.
Okay. All right. I was just picking tall free agent, team friendly. All right. We talked about Trey Smith earlier, so let me ask you guys this question. Would you guys take a flyer on Ronnie Stanley because we need to pay for our own line. So how about Ronnie Stanley from Baltimore?
How old is he now?
Let me see if it says. I don't know. Let me see if it
I
lets
think
me
he's been
click
in the
on
league
it.
for a while.
Ronnie Stanley, 30 years old.
Yeah, that's still not bad.
6'6", 320.
So his last contract.
Yeah, he's a free agent. I'm reading it right now. He's a free agent, left tackle, free agent, Baltimore Ravens.
No, but I'm saying because he's 30, this is probably going to be his last contract.
Oh, yeah. But he's kind of, I mean, I get it. Like if Trey, on the list right now, once someone signs Trey Smith, the 25-year-old, Ronnie Stanley's projected to be the second best behind Trey Smith. I mean, he is a left tackle, so that would replace the Colton Miller problem.
Yeah. You don't know our situation with our running backs, then, do you? We really don't have any. We need to draft one. There's no choice.
Well, we need to
about it.
draft two, but yeah. But
Let's just start with one first.
right.
What?
I saw Tyrone Tracy, man, on the 5th round, and I was like,
we could draft 4 in this draft, and they could all probably start first right away based on what we currently have.
Right.
Good God, running back room was the worst I've ever seen in this team ever.
Yeah, it wasn't great. It wasn't great. All right, here's one tackle from Minnesota, Cam Robinson.
No, Bubs, we should not go for Donald. Who?
Cam Robinson, left tackle from the Minnesota Vikings. He's a free agent. He's projected to be the third best offensive line free agent.
Is he under the age of 30?
I think so. Cam Robinson is 29 years old.
Okay.
6'6", 335.
Oh yeah, 29.2 years. So yeah, he's getting 18 mil right now.
Okay. I mean, he didn't do a great job against the Detroit defense.
No.
But I mean, again, you know.
I would take a flyer on him.
All right. I mean, these guys are, because once Trey Smith goes, that's going to be sort of that market right there.
Yeah.
I'm firing off. Oh, how about from the Bears, Tevin Jenkins, the guard, Tevin Jenkins.
Let's see, where is he on my list? 26. Yeah.
26 years old, 6'6", 321. What do you think, Twuan? You want to get Tevin Jenkins from the Bears? They probably don't pay him. But...
I'll take Eichenberg from Miami.
Oh, that'd be interesting to have the brothers play with each other.
Mm-hmm.
That'd be kind of cool. Detroit's got Kevin Seitler. That's going to be. He's a guard also. He's an older guard, obviously. I think he's older guard, but he's going to be a free agent.
He's 30. He's 34.
So you're saying no to that. You're like, nope.
Yeah.
You want somebody young. How about James Daniels, Pittsburgh Steelers?
The whole thing is, it's not so much the age, like his actual age. It's the age for that position.
Well, James Daniels is 6'4", 327, and 27 years old. Guard for Pittsburgh.
Oh, no, I was still looking at Ziegler.
Okay. I was looking at the guard, James Daniels. He tore his Achilles was the thing.
Yeah, when?
But he in week 4. But he's going to be a free agent, so we might be able to get him on a low end deal. He's only 27.
Oh yeah, there he is, James Daniels from Pittsburgh. Nah, I don't know, man. I don't like that injury either.
Okay. How about Tyrone Smith of the New York Jets? Jets. Jets. 6'5", 320, and 34 years old. Used to be
another one. You got to look at how much time he's going to have left in the league too. You know, at that position, because you're taking a pounding every play. You know, being on an offensive line, and you're going up against guys that are just huge on the defensive tackle side.
Right.
and then the speed of the edges at that age, you're a little bit slower than you were when you were 24. So I don't know. I think that's a little on the old, a little long in the
Okay.
tooth for that position.
Here's my last one because he's gonna want to get paid. Super Bowl guard, 6'7", 365 pounds, 25 years old. Mekhi Becton.
Oh,
Come on, man. He's a starter for the Eagles. He's helped Saquon.
oh yeah, I would. Yeah, Mekhi Becton 20. Yeah, I would for sure. But they're not going to let him go. There's no way they're going to let him go.
Twuan, would
Nope.
you want Mekhi Becton? I don't know if he can hear me.
I would, but he won't be. Nah, they're retaining him.
You guys are acting like Mekhi Becton is Trey Smith. Come on now.
They've invested for a guy like that. Mekhi Becton, even coming out the draft, was just a behemoth of a guy. You know what I'm saying? So that fits perfectly well with what the Eagles are trying to do. They like people movers, and Becton has the makings of that.
Yeah, no, Paul, we talked about that earlier. We talked about Trey Smith for like an hour, man.
Place him between DJ Glaze and JPJ, investing the money. Yeah, I'm definitely all for that one.
Yeah, no, we were saying that too. It's just that we believed also that the Chiefs might not let someone like Trey Smith go and figure out a way to keep both Trey Smith and Creed Humphrey. I don't know how they'll do it, but they'll do it. Maybe Kelsey will retire. I don't know. I don't know how they're going to do it, but they'll do it. So with that said, that's why we were kind of like going, okay, well, we're looking at the market. So Mekhi Becton, I used it as a last kind of thing to talk about here, is he's 6'7", he's only 25 years old, he's a behemoth, he's like he's basically 370, right?
I see Philly pulling all the stops.
But so then here's my question: you think Philly's gonna put out $25 million a year, like whatever Trey Smith's price is? That's the market, right? You're honestly telling me that Mekhi Becton's gonna match that market?
He's gonna come close to it.
And you don't think we're willing to outbid him? Dude, we have more money than the Eagles.
No, yeah, I get that part, but dude, we've got so many holes to fill too. I mean, I 20 mil, man, it's a lot.
But that's how much it's going to cost for us to have someone.
I know.
So think about it this way: you put Mekhi Becton next to JPJ, so he's the guard. So basically, you shored up your right side because you got Glaze, Becton, JPJ. If you do keep Colton Miller, because you're like, I guess we can maybe restructure him, now you could draft a left guard, and there are left guards out there, or there are guards that you could draft. So Mekhi, if we're gonna spend the money, and if we're already talking about spending, let's say the high is $25 million a year. Let's say $25 million a year for Trey Smith. Trey Smith doesn't come to us. If that was the budget for what we were trying to get, would you go try to outbid whatever Philly's going to do? So if Philly was going to give them 19, we would say, well, we're going to give you 21.
We would have to outbid them anyway, because you have to factor in they just came off of a Super Bowl. You know what I'm saying? We're not even close to a Super Bowl. So, right. You have to factor in, is he really going to even want to leave
to come to
go to a team that's not ready to win?
Who cares? He just won the Super Bowl. He's trying to get paid.
Still.
I don't see Philly not trying to re-sign him. I just don't see it.
No, I agree with you. I think Philly will, but they don't have the cap money.
You would have to overbid. You would have to overbid for him to leave.
That's what I'm asking you guys, is if you were willing to spend, let's say $25 million, like Jeff, if the price for Trey Smith was $25 million a year for 5 years, would you do it? That's an
I guess
automatic
I
yes
would.
for me, by the way.
Yeah, I guess you would.
Yeah, okay. So
Yeah.
let's say he wasn't available. You were already going to spend $25 million a year anyways, and you want a Super Bowl winning 25-year-old 6'7", 370-pound behemoth as a Raider. Mekhi Becton. Is Paul still at the chat?
He would only be doing it for the bag. And
I know. And then he'll want to win with us.
Well, for a bag and possibly win another Super Bowl with them the following year. Just like Buckeye just said.
Yeah, he could. But, I mean, again, if Philly's offer is 19 and the Raiders' offer is 22, you know, it's a pretty big difference, man, when you're talking in the millions.
I would still go with Philly. I'm just being honest. I'm being very honest with you.
You guys are crazy, man. I can't believe I'm having this conversation, especially with you, Jeff, having to deal with the snow and everything.
Not all money is good money. So for him to go to an organization that's still trying to figure it out versus an organization that's got it all together already.
Look, here's my point. Mekhi Becton was a rookie first-round pick. The Jets basically screwed up his rookie contract, ends up trading him away, I think, or cutting him. Either cutting him or trading him. I don't even remember. But then he ends up going to the Eagles, has this amazing year, kind of like a Clavon Chason, and O-line is what we need. So if Trey Smith sets the market and we have the budget to outbid basically anyone to get Mekhi Becton, you're telling me Mekhi Becton wouldn't want to come to a state that doesn't do state taxes, super warm, indoor facility. He would be one of the most liked Raider because he's so huge and nasty and big and the whole bit, right? Like, am I wrong? What am I missing here? He's 25 years old.
You're missing the fact that you're going to a team that can go back to back in the Super Bowl versus a team that's the bottom of the AFC West.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I understand. I understand what you're saying.
That's why I'm saying you would have to throw buku amount of money at him to even peel him from a team that he's currently with now.
And
Which
that's
translates to we're going to overpay for him is the problem.
And
I mean, are we though? Are we?
Yeah, we
what
would.
is overpaying?
So. What would like we overpaid for Littleton and a bunch of other players just to come to be a Raider.
Wow, you guys really don't like Mekhi.
I'm not.
Well,
it's not that we don't like Mekhi Becton. We like Mekhi Becton, but we know that it's going to be overpaying for somebody to peel them from a successful team where we're barely trying to be a success.
Okay. Well, last time I checked, we've invested a lot of money on a kid who's 6'7" by the name of Dalton Wagner, and he hasn't played a damn down on a regular season game for us. You know, so I'm just saying, man.
And I agree with you. That's why he's on the practice squad making $200,000 instead of $200 million.
Right. And so all I'm trying to say is I think, and I'll look it up just for fun, actually. Dalton Wagner might be the same age as Mekhi Becton, who might possibly be a Super Bowl winning guard. And that's a position of need for. Yes, he's older. Dalton Wagner is 26 years old. He is older than Mekhi Becton. So if Trey Smith sets the market, we don't get Trey Smith, but we budgeted money to get Trey Smith. You guys are saying you don't want to just outbid the Eagles. That's insane. That is insane.
What's his current contract?
No, he's in the rookie contract. That's what I was telling you. The Jets screwed him, and then like either let him go or gave him up for nothing. That's what happened to him. That's how he ended up with the Eagles. He's in the same shit. He's in the same shitty deal as Trey Smith is. He's in that rookie contract.
Oh yeah, here it's listed under the Jets. That's why. Yeah, he's getting 2.7 right now.
Yes, yeah, and Trey Smith is only getting 3. So that's what I'm saying is the greatest thing that happened to Mekhi Becton is he got to go to a team that was willing to teach him correctly how to be a good O lineman. He's been in there now with those veteran linemen, Landon, what's his name, and then the guy that God, why am I forgetting everybody's names? Probably because it's after midnight.
Wow.
But anyway, so now Mekhi Becton has made himself into a Super Bowl winning 25-year-old. This is my second contract. I'm 6'7", 370 pounds.
That's the reason right there. This quote is why I don't want it. Raiders' days of overpaying are over. They're not going to overpay for players.
But it's not overpaying if Trey Smith is the market. Okay. In fact, I'm going to bring this up.
But you can't have both. You're not going to be able to afford both. So you're going to pick one or the other.
No, but Trey Smith plays for the Chiefs.
Okay.
Okay. So
Super Bowl team.
Okay. So that's what I'm trying to say. Mekhi Becton plays for the Eagles, which is a Super Bowl team. So if the market is Trey Smith and we're not gonna pay more than what Trey Smith got, we're just paying more than what the Eagles can offer. And you're telling me we're not going to do that? We're not going to give him $22 million a year, which is $3 million less than Trey Smith? Like, what am I missing, guys? We're not overpaying for somebody. We're paying for a Super Bowl 25-year-old guard. How is that overpaying? Where am I missing?
Pull the trigger. Pull the trigger. Get him.
Twuan, what? I get the narrative that everybody was saying, but my whole point was he didn't suck when he got drafted. The Jets sucked. Then he gets taken away from the Jets magically to go to, then he goes to a good team and then shows how good he is. So good, in fact, that it helped Saquon Barkley almost break the record. So where's the overpaying? Like, overpaying would be if we paid him more than Trey Smith.
You have to peel him from a Super Bowl team.
Oh, the Jets cut him, he said. They didn't trade him. It was a cut.
So he cut him? Is that what happened?
Mm-hmm.
So he signed a 1-year, $5.5 million? Yeah. Yes, that's how bad it was. That's what I'm saying. It's now Mekhi Becton is that good. I'm not trying to say I'm just saying that if we were already budgeting in $20 million,
that's the other thing. The Eagles aren't going to be able to afford everybody.
And that's what I'm saying. So then we would be able to get them anyways. Who else, like whoever is out there, there's only 3 teams that can really outbid us if we're being honest. Actually there's only 2 teams that could really outbid us because we're the third. If you look at over the cap, the Raiders are number 3 with the biggest cap space. We have the most money. So it's no, I understand what you got, what everybody in the chat or anyone else.
The Patriots have the most money in free agency.
I know. I said we have the third. We have number 3.
Oh, I said we had the most.
Yeah,
Sorry.
no. We have the third most. Yeah, the Patriots have the most. But yeah, for example, you're absolutely right, Jeff. I will 100% agree with you guys, Twuan. If the Patriots sat there and said, we're going to give Mekhi Becton $25 million. Yes, I agree with you guys that the Raiders should not give him $26 million. I understand. But if Trey Smith is the market and Trey Smith gets $25 million and the Raiders offered him $22 million, there's no real argument to why Mekhi Becton wouldn't want to come here. And I understand what Twuan was saying about, well, he's only coming for the bag. Okay, sure. But he's also only 25 years old playing for Pete Carroll, Chip Kelly, and the Raiders, dude. Like, I think he'll sell a lot of jerseys. I think he'll end up being a really good fit. And I don't know, man. If we were going to spend $20 million anyways, let's see. LT, left tackle Colton Miller. Left guard is
JS from Arizona. I'm not sure who that is.
Oh, he's talking about drafting somebody. Okay. JPJ. Yeah, Becton. See, I like this guy. Becton and DJ Glaze.
I would take that offensive line.
Yeah. Do you know who the Arizona kid is, Twuan? Whoever that person said.
Not on the top of my head.
I'm not sure who it is.
Yeah, this person got a
Right here. Chris Meeks put it up. Jeff Stoutland.
Jeff Stoutland putting players on the map. Nobody wanted Becton until he came to Philly. Oh, is he saying Stoutland is a coach? Now you're gonna make me curious and look it up, because man, maybe Stoutland can do something with Dalton Wagner, because I can't believe we've kept the 26-year-old. I mean, he is a monster. He's 6'8", but yeah, he's a coach. So the Eagles coach is Jeff Stoutland. He's 62 years old. He's the offensive line coach.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, right there.
Was the player or?
Oh, the coach. He just put it up.
Yeah. No, I was talking about that guy that was saying, what was the name of J? He said JS from Arizona. I thought he was talking about a player. But anyway, so, man, Jeff, is this the longest show you've ever done?
What are we at?
4.5.
Yeah, I think so.
Wow, Twuan, we did it.
Look, I'm kind of old now. I used to, when I started doing YouTube and being guest on people's panels, we would 4 hours was nothing. You know,
oh really?
Now I'm like, man, 4 hours? Nah, I'm good. I mean, I love talking Raider football, so it's cool. But man, sitting in front of the screen, yeah. For 4 hours.
That guy was talking about getting a Jonas Savanea. We're not gonna get a chance to get him, man. He's gonna go in the first round. Did you see that guy, Twuan? Jonas Savanea from Arizona in the Senior Bowl?
Oh yeah.
Those LED lights will kill my eyes now.
All right. Well, we got to the 4.5 mark. So
I'm good. I just had to turn the lights off. I was sitting there staring because the light's right above my camera.
Right.
For the LED that's on the shelf, because my laptop's right here in front of me, and the light's like right there, so it's like right in my eyes. Plus, I got another one up here on my right that just comes in this way too.
Yeah, no, Paul, we were saying that earlier that Trey Smith would be worth resetting the market for guard just to get the intel on. But that's what we would have to do is, you know, the Chiefs are going to try to play the game of course they want him there, and if Trey Smith, who's already played there for 4 years, I think, he's going to say he wants to stay. So we would have to offer him so high of an amount that he couldn't say no. But I think he'd still probably say no. That's why I was doing the whole Mekhi Becton thing, Paul.
Well, that's why the other day, was it, I think Wednesday night on the Raider Connection show, I said, we got to bring in, what the hell's his name? The backup quarterback that's in Kansas City right now, because he's a free agent.
Carson Wentz.
Yeah. And they're like, why? I said, why not? You bring him in. He's the backup right now. You grab him as a free agent. He can be a bridge quarterback, but he'll give you that veteran presence in the quarterback room. Plus, you can quiz him till he's blue in the face and ask him all the questions you can about KC and, you know, anything and everything. He could be like basically not a spy, but he'll give us a lot of intel.
True. I mean, I would do that.
You could sign him to the league veteran minimum, you know.
Well, after Carson Wentz wins a Super Bowl with the Chiefs, I don't think he'll go for the veteran minimum. I think he's gonna. I think as a backup, he's gonna. Think about it, dude. If you're Carson Wentz and you just saw Gardner Minshew get paid $25 million, and 15 up front, dude, you're gonna want more than that. Like that's the problem. Is the only thing the Raiders reset the market on so far is the backup quarterback position.
Like his idea, include a free pass at a Bunny Ranch, give him the Jimmy G special.
He's gonna try to push to be a starter again.
I'm
Yeah,
sure he
I can
would.
see that. I can see Jimmy G being a starter somewhere.
No,
Like,
I'm talking about
Jimmy G?
when.
Yeah.
or or Wentz. Yeah, I can see
Yeah.
Wentz being a starter at Cleveland too. What did JA said? Yeah, Gardner Minshew and late draft picks for Sam Howell. Yeah, I'd take Sam Howell. He's sitting there pretty in Commanders. He'd be the new Jimmy G, pretty much.
It's
I
the
think
most
I would take
expensive
Minshew
ginger in
for a
Bunny Ranch
McDonald's
history.
Sunday.
You know, the funny thing is, it's so it's 3:30 in the morning here right now,
Okay.
and we're still bouncing between 80 to 115 people
Really?
watching.
Man, you did good with your channel, dude. How did you?
Yeah.
How what's the algorithm that you used?
What we're doing right now, see the vertical setup on this?
Okay, so the vertical
No.
setup really just works, huh?
Yeah, yeah. I'm over 15,000 views already tonight.
Wow. I don't know why Captain Jack doesn't do it. It might be a Roku channel thing. Can't
I'm
do
not
it.
sure. Well,
You can't.
Afakasi AI, he's the one that told me to try it, and I switched from doing the normal big wide layout to
Mhm.
doing it this way. The first night I went on a live, I get over 1,000 views, and I was only on for about an hour. And then the next time I went on, it got even more. And then I did a Saturday night show for about 4 hours. It was almost 4 hours, and I had 10,000 views, and it was just ridiculous. The chat was banging. I
Wow.
couldn't even keep up with it, and we were
Wow.
averaging 75 to 100, constantly fluctuating up and down. And it got to the point where it was like 2 in the morning, and I didn't want to shut it down because the amount of people that were still watching. I'm like, how can I back away from that when the numbers are
Right.
that high? You
Is
know,
it is
people.
okay? Let me ask you this, Jeff. Is it on StreamYard? You just press. You just pick instead of landscape. You pick portrait.
Yep.
That's
That's
crazy,
it.
dude. Did you
Yep.
ever try that, Twuan? The portrait? You ever
No,
tried
not
this?
yet.
Maybe
Because
you
you
should
know
try
why
it. Twuan.
it shows up as a shorts live feed because of the size. Because what it is this setup is geared for this right here.
Yeah, the
It's geared
phone.
for the phone because so many, the percentage of people that watch stuff like this on their phones,
Right.
because they could be just laying in bed watching this, or
Hmm.
sitting up on the couch nice and comfy watching it on their phone.
But I
So that
figured
was
you could do that too, even on the landscape. You can just put it on your YouTube and lie down on your phone too, right?
the problem I see. Like if you take a regular layout and you go and clip it and do like a shot with it,
Right.
you can't. Just say there's 4 of us across the screen, big setup on the landscape.
Okay.
You're not going to see everybody. You're only going to
Huh.
see who's dead center.
Okay.
Because I
Huh.
wanted to do it one night off of something that we were doing on Raider Connection. Because Leo and I happened to be sitting side by side on the screen
Right.
talking, and it
Right.
was an interaction between the two of us that I cut and clipped, and it
Right.
worked out perfect. But I wanted to do another one with someone else talking in the chat with us, like on the screen. I couldn't do it because I could do it, but you wouldn't see their face. You would only hear them because they were off to the right too much. So
Wow.
yeah, setting it up like this has made a huge difference.
Wow. Okay. Well, good, man. That's good knowledge. I'm gonna ask and see if we could try it and see if it actually works out. But yeah, no, you know what? The other thing I'll say, Jeff, is it might be your time. There's not a lot of Raider people that.
Well, there's no one else on right
Yeah,
now.
that stays, late. Yeah.
That's the benefit of not working anymore. So good for me. I mean, I could do this a couple of nights a week. Come on late after everybody's done. I don't have a problem with that either.
And you can make it a chat room too, and just have people who are up also wanting to come in and tell you what they want to tell you. So.
Yep. And then open it like this, where I can have, any one of you guys come on in too, just stay as long as you want, you pop in and out. I don't care.
I'll tell you this, Jeff. if you had on your chat room a whole
Mm-hmm.
bunch of people that want to ask questions or talk about boxing happening right now, this thing would blow up.
I'm sure it probably would. I could just facilitate it for you, and you can go and talk football, boxing all you want.
Well, I think that your channel's been, or I don't know if the algorithms pushed to go to football Raider content or somehow, but like for example, in the chat room right now, any of you guys listening, or any of you at all, did any of you watch last night's, or I guess it would be 2 nights ago now, Saturday night's David Morrell versus David Benavidez fight at the T-Mobile Arena in Las Vegas? I'm gonna guess it's probably in there.
I hear crickets.
Oh, wait a minute. Unfazed? You saw it? My man. Good job, dude. That's awesome. That is awesome.
What's up, Doppelganger? From
Oh,
Alaska.
Doppelganger. Cool. So, Unfazed, you think that Benavidez got away with one, huh? Wow. Well, I mean, you thought David Morrell had a really strong chance of beating him, right? Did you? I'm wondering now since Unfazed. Oh, wait a minute. JA watched it too? Oh my God, this might be my group. Wait a minute. Okay, JA. All right.
You guys want to pull up? I'll send you the link.
So JA and Unfazed. No, come on, Unfazed. Don't mention that name, dude. We don't talk that name in the boxing world. I was gonna say for JA and Unfazed, would you guys agree then if you watch the entire card that the fight of the night was Pitbull Cruz versus Angel Fierro? Did any of you guys see that Mexican battle? I'm trying to get Jeff to be a fan, but he'll only watch like 2 seconds of a clip.
Don't worry, Doppelganger. We're not switching this over to boxing.
No,
I'm giving Angelo his moment.
Yeah, no, I was just saying to Jeff that there is a certain like demographic, but the algorithm of the show would have to get, of any show would have to get pushed to those fans. So sorry, Doppelganger. I'm just saying. So, Unfazed and JA though, when because Papa Rundown wants to do a boxing channel, and I know that Turf's just got it. He's got his daughter's thing right now, but once it's done, so JA Unfazed, a boxing content channel is coming your way from your Raider guys here pretty soon. We're just waiting for the right timing. Yeah, see? All right, cool. That's good for me to know. JA and Unfazed, join me on Thursday night at the Captain Jack Rackham show from 6 to 8 p.m. Pacific time if you're free. And yeah, you guys could throw in any boxing that you want. Would love to have you guys come on. That's really cool. Thank you, Jeff. All right, go ahead and answer a Doppelganger's Raider question. My bad, dude.
What did he have? Did he have one? Did I miss it?
Okay, Dixon Sider. I talk MMA too, dude. Did you watch UFC Saudi? Because UFC Saudi, were you as shocked to see Adesanya get knocked out by Imavov? I say these. So his name is Israel Adesanya. The easy way to know him is he's called Stylebender. Stylebender lost to the Frenchman in Saudi Arabia. Brock Purdy for Rookie of the Year. Unfortunately, Doppelganger, I think Jane Daniels will end up getting it. I'll be very shocked.
Brock Bowers.
Oh, Brock Bowers did already get it? I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I missed it. Or it's just too late.
It sucks.
JA says the eye poke knocked him out. All right, cool, man. JA, Dixon Sider, Unfazed. All right, y'all. Pull up to come listen to the Captain Jack Rackham show that I have to host this Thursday from 6 to 8 p.m. Pacific time at the Captain Jack Rackham YouTube channel. It's a Roku thing, so I got to be on it for 6 to 8, just helping Captain Jack out. But me and Papa Rundown, check out the Thursday episode from last week. Me and Papa Rundown talked straight for like 2 hours on the Fight World. Or I mean, no, I'm sorry, not 2 hours. It was like 40 minutes on the Fight World. It was pretty cool.
Yeah, I watched it. I watched him
Oh.
on there.
Yeah, yeah. If you actually knew the names, you would be like, oh yeah, like the ones that Papa Randown was talking about.
Oh, I didn't watch it for the box. I watched it when you guys are talking Raiders at the beginning.
Oh, then you turned it off. Thank you, Jeff, for the support. We really appreciate it. I was just messing with you, man. I was just messing.
I was like, and I'm out. Boom.
Right.
I didn't watch it live. I forgot he was on.
Right. Right. Yeah. No,
So
but
you're on the
yeah, no,
left now, bro.
doppelganger. We'll keep on boxing, and then yeah, I gotta get going anyways. Hey, Twuan, are you still on?
Yeah, I'm still
You
here.
felt-
All right, cool.
fell asleep.
You and Jeff could hold it down, man, because doppelganger wants to talk Raiders and all that. And then yeah, Dixon Cider, Unfazed, JA. I promise you guys an all fight content type show is going to be coming with me, Papa Rundown, and Turf here at a certain point. And if you guys know your stuff about boxing and MMA, or if you guys want to talk about it or have questions at a certain point, you know, we're trying to figure it out. So thanks, you guys. And then Jeff, yeah, thanks for opening up the channel. I've been talking nonstop now for literally 7 hours. So that's an old school thing.
I got about 15 more minutes, man. I need to get ready for my treatments tomorrow.
Yeah. You doing okay, by the way, bro?
Yeah, I'm doing all right.
All right. Yeah, that's rough, man. That's
Yeah, I read your bio.
Yeah.
I get the connection between you two with that too. So
Yeah.
No, you can talk to Jeff offline about it. But yeah.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, no, Jeff's got it pretty rough himself. So
yeah.
but I'm glad you're doing okay, Twuan. I'm glad you're doing okay.
Yeah.
So yeah. Hey, Jeff, I was gonna tell you because I just had all my blood work again done. I'm gonna need to get another one done, but we should compare notes on some of these numbers because you know, and again, I'm gonna go, guys, but I would say that on the medical standpoint, one of the most frustrating things I would say for me as a transplant is if I'm already doing things right, then what else do I need to do to get these numbers to be more corrected? So it and again, this is not me sounding ungrateful. I'm very grateful, but
I get what you mean.
You have to like overdo everything just to get to a normal state, you know. So there is no normal state. It's like you're overworking just to make sure that you're keeping everything at a level, and that can get very tiring and frustrating. So honestly, dude, doing shows like this is quite therapeutic, don't you think? At times, Twuan, that it's therapeutic to just feel like a normal person at times and just talk Raider football or whatever content you're passionate about. So,
JA said he's a medical student. What numbers do you want to correct?
Oh, JA,
Bank
dude.
account.
So
The
I'm
numbers
so
in my
JA,
bank account.
yeah, JA, yeah, that's a big one too because of insurance and all of that. But no, JA, I'm a liver transplant patient. I just hit the 30-month mark, and there's been a ton of ups and downs. But again, just blessed to be alive and blessed not to be at a hospital, dude. Yeah, I mean, at a hospital recovering. So yeah, but yeah, no, if you check out the channels that I've hosted for Captain Jack or any of the Protect the Shield stuff, I've talked about it in the past. So you happen to be on a panel of medically well-knowledged people, I guess, because we're all dealing with it. Twan's dealing with it, Jeff's dealing with it. So but yeah. So anyways, good night to you two. Appreciate you both. Again, I gotta do. I was just helping out Captain Jack. So Thursday, I think he's gone again. So I'm doing it 6 to 8. If you guys want to pull up, I'll send you the link and we can pull up. And for you guys who are into the fight game and the boxing, come on, man, join me in the chat so that I can finally get Jeff to talk about boxing. So, all right, thanks, guys.
Fuck my algorithm all up.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's what up.
Right.
Thanks, guys.
If we win, it's more therapeutic. Yeah, it is. Lakers in 5. What's up? Oh, I don't follow basketball, but I don't mind the Celtics. I live in New England, so Yeah, we got to win. How many wins do you think we're going to get this coming season, as this team stands right now, before we bring in free agents and
I'm saying
draft?
right now, I'm saying right now, Jeff. I think it might be double digits.
Really?
I
Okay.
really do.
You're a little more optimistic than me, but
Yeah,
okay.
yeah,
Okay.
and I'm usually more on the optimistic side.
I was saying anywhere from 6 to 7. I'd be happy with it. I'll take the 6 to 7. Because it's gonna be slow going the first season with him and with everything. Um, but my biggest thing is I want to see what we're gonna do in the division, in the AFC West. Um, I don't see us going 0-6. I see us if we go 500 in division, I'll be happy. Hopefully I want a couple other wins too, but it starts with our division. We need to improve in our division first, especially with the 3 coaches, the defenses all 3 teams have, and the 3 starting quarterbacks. I mean, we're already behind the 8 ball there,
Mm.
with the quarterback situation. I think we're definitely on an even keel with the coaches, possibly. Again, we won't fully know until the season starts and we see what's out there, what we put out on the field for a product. But, again, I think everything starts for us in division. Because if we can't dig out of our own basement, it really doesn't matter what we do in the rest of the NFL. Wins and losses. We can't go 0-6 again. Absolutely not. I can't handle another 0-6 division. But so I say 6 to 7. I'll even push it maybe to 8 wins. So I mean, like I said, you're a little bit more optimistic than I am.
Yeah, and I'm factoring in that our defense is back, and intact. That's going to be
Thanks, brother.
obviously the fastest moving, side of the ball, because they'll all be knowing exactly what's expected of them with
Mhm.
Patrick Graham, and if our offense just does a little bit more than what we saw last season, I think that's doable. Because I don't see, like you said, the whole 0-6 in the AFC West. I don't see us doing that again.
No, we can't. We can't. Because if it happens again, we're screwed.
I don't
It's not.
I think we could beat the Broncos. I think we could beat the Chargers. I think
I
it's
think
going
we
to
could beat the
definitely be a
Chiefs.
battle with the Chiefs.
I think we got a better option against the Chiefs next year versus what we did this year. I mean, look how close we were in both. I mean, we sacked him 5 times in one game.
Yeah,
And if our kicker didn't miss those 3 field goals, we would have won that game. I don't blame anybody else for that loss except for the kicker missing those. He had a bad day. I've never seen him miss like that, and usually he's right on the money.
yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
Unfazed asks who is your QB, Twuan?
My QB is, my QB Shador. To be honest with you, I like Shador Sanders. I've publicly said that a few times. If you ask me who I will want at quarterback, I think it would be Shador. I think Shador is a safe bet. At quarterback, he may not have all the physical abilities that other quarterbacks may have, but he has it in between the ears. I'm saying, in decision making, and ultimately what I definitely look at in quarterback is not really how fast they can run, but how well they can throw the ball, and he's accurate.
Yeah. Jimmy G was not the answer for us. Absolutely not. He won in San Fran because they had a phenomenal defense. It wasn't because of his play. And I get you, GTA. I'm sure you guys do miss Aaron. Yeah, but I mean, not for nothing. You might miss Aaron Rodgers, but I mean, Jordan Love's a pretty good fill-in for him since then. That's how I said a good raise called up because Rich Gannon. Yeah, and that's pretty much. I mean, Derek Carr was serviceable. I mean, we didn't do him any favors. I mean, how many offensive coordinators he had, how many head coaches in the time he was here. I mean, there was a lot of issues during that time frame.
It was, and I agree with you, Jeff. It was a peanut butter, no jelly type of situation. We had one thing and not the other, right? Our offense would look good, but then our defense was giving up, you know, more points than what the offense was actually putting up. And our offense was ranked in certain areas, but
Yeah.
when your defense is giving up that many points, that ain't helping the situation. And I that's why those that bash Derek Carr, I'm just like, I don't think you understand, um, how, the other pieces. And I'm glad Pete Carroll said this in his press conference about how, we're gonna make sure everything else is comfortable around that quarterback. We're going to make sure we got the running back. We're going to make sure we got the wide receiver and etc. Because I think that was another piece of what, Derek Carr needed. Of course, there is certain quarterbacks in this league where they can go out there with almost anybody and make it happen. The Mahomes, the Lamar Jacksons, but there's other quarterbacks in this league that they win games, but they win games because everything around them is good. And I think that's Detroit. I don't think Jared Goff is the best quarterback in the world, but when you start looking at all the pieces that are surrounding him, it makes him look good. You know what I'm saying? Batman is an amazing superhero, but the only reason why he's an amazing superhero is because he has everything on his tool belt. I guarantee you, if you took away his tool belt, he wouldn't be the Batman that we know.
No.
So that's how some quarterbacks have to be, and have to be built around in order to win.
GTA, we do still have Jacoby Myers. Did anyone think Jimmy G was actually good? No, I didn't. I thought it was a horrible attempt at an upgrade from Derek Carr. It was ridiculous.
I didn't want him.
Who would you rather have? Oh, I didn't want him either. Who would you rather have, Tyreek Hill or I'd rather have DK Metcalf. I think I'd rather have Metcalf.
I would take.
It's because of his size. I know Tyreek's the speed thing.
And we already have that style on our team. So it's just like, if you got Tyreek, of course you could be, all goes, right? Everybody's running a go route, and hopefully, that can work for you. But I think there's a reason why there's, big body wide receivers and, certain styles and flavors at the wide receiver group. So I would say
especially in our division too. I mean, we need a bigger wide receiver out there that can out muscle some of these, the secondary guys, these backs that are on the other three teams in our division. Let's see. Are we gonna go run power or zone? You mean? I don't know. I really don't know what's in store for that yet. I don't know what type of offense they're gonna put in here. I think he liked your analogy on the peanut butter sandwich.
Yeah.
Jimmy was a handoff king for the 49ers. Yeah. Let's see. Would Derek Carr fit a Chip Kelly offense?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
Because in a Chip Kelly offense, it's not super quarterback dependent. You know what I'm saying? You're really running the ball, and then every once in a while you're going to do play action. You know what I'm saying? Off of that run. And Derek Carr was, that was one of the things he was actually good at, was play action. Anytime the play action was actually working for us, because a lot of the times they were just defenses will bite on certain things because they knew that we weren't able to do it. But yeah, I think Derek Carr would work well.
Yeah, Raider Paul, we're going on. We're 3 minutes shy of 5 hours. Let's see. Where are we here? Yeah, he says DK Metcalf. Coffin Nail says Hill. The tight end, Mayer. No, you're probably thinking Brock Bowers was number 89. Michael Mayer's number 87. Yeah, he's definitely not getting as many looks on Seattle now. I mean, you got what's his name there, in Jigba, and then you got Lockett too. That's a crowded field there now.
Yeah.
That's right. DK is younger than Tyreek. I don't think you're gonna see Tyreek retire anytime soon. I think he's gonna keep. He's got like 20 kids. He's gonna keep making money. I would take Keenan Allen. Oh hell no. We already discussed that one. Hell no.
He's talented, but the injury probability on him,
Yeah.
the risk is, yeah.
GDP. Do you think the Lions are going to win a Super Bowl? Not this year. They blew that one.
And I think their window's actually closing. Unfortunately, they just got stripped of the two coordinators that actually brought them to where they are now, which has been Johnson and Glenn. You know, the only way that they could get back to that is if they actually have coordinators that can come in and immediately work with the guys they have and get the ground running.
Yep. So who's our current coach right now is Pete Carroll. They just hired him in the last week.
Excuse me.
Yeah. Let's see. You hate that we took Josh Jacobs from you guys? Yeah, we're not crazy about it. I mean, that was mostly our fault. Well, the team's fault, I should say, not ours. We didn't do anything. But it's also a matter of he saw the writing on the wall with who we were bringing in. You know, I don't blame him for leaving. To be honest with you, you know, I mean, he's definitely he would have got killed back there with us. Yeah, granted, our running back room would have been better than what it was, but we would have got him destroyed back there with that offensive line. He really would have had to work for his yards. You know.
I don't remember a year that he didn't work for his yards.
Yeah, but he'd have to work even harder this year with the crap we put out there for an offensive line, and the freaking OC was horrible.
Yeah.
I don't care if Keenan Allen was a Raiders fan. I don't want him. That dude's injured more than anything. Jared Goff will never win shit, he says.
I don't even remember a year that Keenan Allen was healthy.
I don't either. Keenan and Mike Williams too. Both of them were always hurt. I mean, the Chargers did the best thing they could have was letting them both go, and bringing in McConkey. That kid is unbelievable. He's good. He's really good.
Yeah.
So Josh goes. GTA says, I like Jacobs better than Aaron Jones. He's made out of glass. Yeah, Aaron Jones is a little suspect with the injuries.
I think it's funny that all the running backs that wanted to get paid end up going to the postseason and actually producing for their teams. Josh Jacobs, Joe Mixon, Saquon Barkley, Derrick Henry, all those, Aaron Jones, you know what I'm saying? All those guys went to the post. Not saying, some of those guys, got bounced in the first round, but all those guys got to the postseason. But those were the same running backs that were, almost getting blackballed by the NFL because they were like, oh, the running back market is, we're gonna play you guys cheap.
Yeah.
And I think, to be honest with you, I think the game in general now is going to move more towards the, back to the running back. It's not going to be that, passing league that everybody was talking about. You know what I'm saying? Like, yes, they're still going to pass the ball, but I think, you know, the running game is going to be even more important trend moving forward.
I'm not a big fan of Dak Prescott. He can't win the big ones, man. He just can't get them. He can't get them a win in the playoffs for nothing. I wouldn't want him on our team. I'm sorry.
Are you sure that's Dak, or that's just the Cowboys being Cowboys?
It could be the Cowboys being Cowboys. I mean, but he's had some phenomenal talent around him, and he's still.
Yeah.
He's, you know, he has his games, and you know, he plays well for a certain part of the season. Then he goes in the tank, and then he starts to come back. Then he gets hurt. You know, like this year. You know, they lost him early this year. Aaron Jones made Donald look good. No, the offensive scheme and Jefferson made them look good too. Saquon Barkley should win MVP. I'm sorry, but that's not who it's going to go to. Unfortunately, it's going to go to a quarterback.
I hate that. I think they need to change that rule. You know what I'm saying, or make another award. You know, even with the offensive player, you know, like the whole Brock Bowers and Jaden Daniels. I think if they want to crown a quarterback, that's cool. You know, make just put QB offensive rookie of the year. You know what I'm saying? And then allow these other guys to get a chance at the award, because I think Brock Bowers was, and even though I'm a Raider, you know what I'm saying, I'm taking my Raider cap off when I'm saying this, you know, I think what he did and the records that he attained, that was enough for him to be the offensive rookie of the year. You know, anytime you're a rookie tight end and you're, you know, making NFL records, and not just as a rookie, but NFL records.
Yeah.
You know, I think you should deserve an award.
Yeah, I definitely think he should win it. I think Brock Bowers should get Rookie of the Year, and Saquon. I mean, the guy rushed for over 2,000 yards. I mean, come on, man. It's coincidence in teams knowing the running game is critical in the playoffs. Yeah, definitely. 6 rounds. I mean, I don't mind Tyler Algier. I kind of like him. He's not a bad running back. It's just that Bijan's there now. He just doesn't see the field as much. But when he does, he makes the best of it.
Yeah.
Jared Goff ain't never going to win shit, especially without Aaron Glenn. Oh, yeah, definitely. Without Aaron Glenn and Ben Johnson going now, like you just said, Twuan, that window is going to start closing on them.
Yeah, the talent's there, but now they have to, you know, Dan Campbell, he's going to have to figure out what coaches can come in and say, hey, I can work with what you got here. And if they can, you know, quickly put something together, I think they'll still be, you know, a playoff team. You know what I'm saying? Because I think, you know, talent is still talent, but, you know, coaching wise, when you bring in new coaches, most of the time they want to bring in their guys, and I can't work with these guys, and you know they start playing that kind of game, and that's going to close the window.
Yeah. You know, James, you're not wrong on this one. These two in the backfield were pretty damn good for Carolina during that time. D'Angelo Williams and Jonathan Stewart. It's like 1 week one's hot, next week, you know what I mean? They constantly, they were good. I mean, I remember having them on my fantasy team through the year. Yeah, still rolling. We're at going on 5 hours now. I'm probably gonna have to get off soon. It's 4 o'clock in the morning here, but damn, still 113 people in the channel.
That's good.
Yeah. Damn it. That's tough to shut that down.
Hey, look, sleep is sleep, and you need it. So
Yeah,
they
I
can
could sleep.
definitely
I could.
subscribe and not miss the next time you come go
Yeah,
live.
I could sleep all day. So I
Okay.
could sleep during the day. Nothing going on tomorrow. It snowed out like crazy tonight, so everything's gonna be slow around here. I remember like 2016, Derek Carr was tearing the league up. Same with the Packers. We were 4-6. Yeah, and then that was the playoff year, 2016.
Mm.
Yeah, because that's when he broke his leg, and then we had to go into the playoffs with Connor Cook. Let's see. Dan Campbell really gonna be tested now. See if he can continue to bring in a good coaches. It's playoff or bust for Dan. Yeah, seriously. Jay popped in.
Yeah,
What's up, Jay?
and that's why real talk. I think that's why it's going to be tough to that window of the players under contract and all of that. They know what time it is. Like if they see,
Mhm.
hey, we're starting to lose, then some of them free agents is like, maybe I need to go to start trying to figure out what team I can move to. So that closes the window. So the Detroit Lions and I also believe the Niners have that same window that's starting to close on them. And it also sucks with Dan Campbell not being he doesn't call plays, you know what I'm saying? And
Yeah.
that's that's the downfall of having a CEO per se, head coach that doesn't call plays. You have to rely on coordinators, and if you can't keep those coordinators around or don't have a good tree that you can pluck from to keep things going.
Did they fill those coordinator spots yet?
Not that I know of.
I haven't heard anything unless it's snuck by me somehow. Because that's, I mean, I don't know who the hell he's going to get up there now. I mean, I'm sure you're going to have an offensive coordinator that's going to be chomping at the bit, or a promotion. Someone that gets a promotion somewhere from another team. It's going to be chomping at the bit to go up there and take over that offense.
Oh yeah, it's a desirable position. You
Oh God, yeah.
as an offensive coordinator, you look at all those weapons you got and everything that's already set before you. And if you are honest with yourself and say, hey, I can work with that, it's a dream job. McCarthy could go over there. You know what I'm saying? All these other offensive coordinators that haven't got picked up yet.
Hmm.
Even people that were vying for a head coach job that's on the offensive side of the ball. Maybe you can just go over to Detroit and kind of babysit them,
Yeah. Yeah.
and wait for the next time around to interview.
Yeah, I think we pretty much got all the. I mean, we got the main coaches set. OC, DC. But I mean, it's just filling in all the small gaps, with the positional coaches. Those aren't going to be as exciting, names more than likely, like it was with the OC and the DC, and the fact that Leonard's coming back. The only one I'm curious to see what we do with is the offensive line coach. Who are we going to keep Philbin, or God forbid we bring Cable in? I don't want Tom Cable there. That's like the only coach I hope we don't think about hiring. But we shall see. Well, we got the number 6 pick, so I mean, at this point, it's wait and see. At this point, you can see the final rankings that come out and everything. As far as who's going to possibly go where. Let's see, Madden called all this non-team support era type shit. Good luck to all the guys who can build the team. So what do you guys think of Robert Saleh going back to San Fran? I was kind of hoping we were going to get him. If Patrick Graham was going to be coming back, that's who I was hoping for, was Robert Saleh.
Yeah, I think they're trying to To be honest with you, I hate to say it, but I think they're trying to get their head coach,
Mm-hmm.
because I think the writing on the wall is Shanahan. I think because I'm in the Bay Area, you know what I'm saying. So I hear more Niner stuff than actually Raider stuff.
Yeah.
Um, they're sick and tired of Shanahan. So solid going over there might actually be the situation of, oh, okay,
Angelo just
Shanahan, you
posted.
out of here. Solid, go ahead and slide into being a head coach for us.
Angelo goes, can't believe you're still here. Good to see you on the chat tonight, brother. Gotta figure out a way to get you guys in the box. I can never mind. Shout out Mike Evans, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, number 7 all-time receiving touchdowns. So he must be a Buccaneer fan. I don't hate. Somebody said, where was it? Who said it? Fair Raider said March 10th the next day. Not a cable guy either. Actually, I just had it up. Where is it? There's some off-season stuff that's coming up that's even way before March 10th. So the next big deal coming up is February 18th. Teams can start using franchise and transitional tags. So teams can stop putting those tags on players, prior to free agency. Then the scouting combine is the 24th to March 3rd. Then March 4th is the deadline for franchise tag designations. The annual meetings for annual league meeting is March 30th to April 2nd. April 7th, off-season workout programs begin for clubs with new head coaches, so the Raiders will be able to have OTAs as early as April 7th because we have a new head coach. April 18th, deadline for restricted free agents. And then we got the draft on the 24th and the 26th of April, or 24th through the 26th. And then May 1st is the deadline for clubs to exercise their fifth-year options on players. And then July 15th is the next one. Deadline for clubs to sign franchise tag players to multi-year deals. So the first one is February 18th. That's a big one because that's when everybody can start slapping tags on people, free agents, unrestricted, and all that shit.
I don't think that's going to be the case for us. I don't think there's anybody we need a franchise tag.
No, probably not. I mean, when was the last time we even used one? Oh, Josh Jacobs, never mind.
Yeah.
Yeah, we used it on him a couple of times, right? Didn't we do 2 years in a row, I think? Or was it just that 1 year? I don't remember, but I do know that we did use it on him. That's right. I mean, if we were to slap the franchise tag on somebody, who would we? Spillane? If there's a fear of him possibly signing somewhere else? Or Waring? Because I know he wants to test the waters. But do we want to piss him off by doing that though too?
Yeah.
Then he just may be a negative presence in the locker room, because he just might not want to be here when he could probably get money somewhere else. But I think I'm gonna shut it down. It sucks, man, because the numbers are so good right now. But
yeah.
Let me see. Where are we at here? Yeah, 5 hours and
17.
5 hours, 17 minutes. Oh boy. It doesn't feel like we've been on that long, does it?
No, not at all, man. And Before coming here, I was on another live, so I've been doing lives probably about 7 hours talking Raider football. So yeah,
Yeah, I did one earlier tonight with he was just in here. I don't know if he's still here. Just Raiders baby.
okay,
I was doing one with, yeah, here he is. He goes, we'll do a marathon show this weekend.
yeah,
Uh, yeah, I was on his show tonight. And then when I got off of his, I wasn't going to do anything else. I was just going to sit here and watch stuff and then probably play some games on my computer.
yeah,
But then I saw Angelo was on Captain Jack, so I just went in and started watching it, typed in the chat, and he goes, hey, come on in. So I'm like, all right, I'll come in. And then it was at the tail end of it. So I said, you know what? Because we had a good conversation going. I said, you know what? I said, I'm going to back out now. I'm going to go do what I need to do real quick. Then I'll fire up a live and, I'll send you guys the links. And they jumped
mm,
over. It was pretty much everybody you saw in here when you got in here.
okay.
So, but yeah, that was fun. This was a good night.
Oh yeah, yeah.
So, yeah, I think I'm gonna shut this down. I'm fucking tired. I'm beat.
For sure. Appreciate you, man.
Hey,
For
man, no problem. No problem. I
yeah,
do it again. I sub to your channel and hit the notification. Yeah, if I go on again, you on Instagram too, right?
yeah. My Instagram is right there on my name. My name tag is actually Twuan twice, so TWUAN, TWUAN. That's how you can reach me, and that's how any other content creator wants to reach out. If they got a show and hey, show at 8, and that's how it usually works for me, man. They'll shoot me the StreamYard link or whatever link they use, and then tell
Yeah.
me what time, and if I can make it, I try to show up. Sometimes I have medical things that I'm dealing with, but if I'm
Man, I
up to
getcha.
it, I'm definitely available for anybody. To talk about the team I love, man. So yeah.
I hear you. I hear you. I just followed you on Instagram.
Oh, I
Um,
appreciate you.
so yeah, next time I do something like this where it's like a go on live at night, um,
Yeah,
I'll definitely hit you up and
definitely.
yeah, I'll talk to you on Instagram at some point, I'm sure.
Oh
So,
yeah, man. Anytime, man. Send a message. If I don't get to you right then and there, when I get to it, I definitely respond. So
all right,
that's how I go about it.
all right, no problem, man. I appreciate you being on here and bringing over some people too. That was awesome too. So, yeah, anytime I do a live like this, I mean, I have no problem with anybody coming in that has their own channel, stream away. I don't care. It doesn't affect anything on my end, so it only helps you out too.
Yeah,
So,
definitely.
all right, well, I appreciate everybody that's still on the channel, still talking it up. I mean, again, this is so hard to stop with these numbers. With this many people still in the chat, I could see if it dropped down to like 15 or whatever. But
Mm.
there's just still a lot of people in here, and the chat's been active all this time too. But I do have to cut it at some point. So
Make sure you guys subscribe. You know what I'm saying? Subscribe. If
yeah,
you're
hit
gonna
his
be here, you
channel
might
up
as well
too.
go ahead and hit that subscribe button. So you don't miss the next time. Jeff goes live. You definitely don't want to miss that.
Yeah, said I could do late nights every night. Why did you split your beard? It's a mustache, is what it is. See, being a firefighter, you get to, you can only have a mustache where it comes down to like the corner here.
Mm.
So as soon as I was off the job, first of all I grew a full beard. That's what all firefighters tend to do for the most part. They'll grow a full beard. And then just before the start of the season, I'm like, I wanted something different. And I had a really big beard going on too. So I'm like, shit. I'm like, you know what? I'll shave everything off, but where the mustache is, and I'll just grow it down because I've always wanted something like this.
Mm.
So I love it. So I like it. Plus with the gray, it's you know I'm already Raider colored in my mustache, black and silver, so I'm good to go.
It works, right?
Yeah, yeah. You know, OC Nation, I almost feel the same way. Like I'm still kind of wide awake. That's the problem. You know, I don't know. Maybe. I mean, does anybody want me to stay on? I'll stay on. I don't care. I mean, I'm already up at this point.
I think I'm gonna go ahead and get ready to go because I have to. Like I said, I got to get ready for my treatments and stuff tomorrow.
Yeah, no problem,
Um,
man. I get you. I get you.
yeah,
Yeah,
you
you know
guys.
what? I gotta shut it down. I have
Yeah,
to.
yeah, you guys definitely, get on his channel if you guys have not. Come on over to mine, Raider Twuan. You know what I'm saying? If you see this sign, um, you're at the right place. Raider Twuan on YouTube. Go ahead and subscribe. Um, yeah,
Yeah,
that's
definitely go over and visit his channel and subscribe to his channel. You know, hit that notification so whenever he goes on live, you guys get that notification that he's on live and check him out for sure. Awesome dude, just met him tonight for the first time and I love the conversation with you, man. It's been a good night tonight.
yeah,
This was fun.
absolutely.
This was fun. Um, who knows, everybody, you know, just hit that notification on mine and maybe you'll see me again Monday night, tonight, in like 16 hours from now. So, all right, man. I'll see you later. Thanks for popping in. I appreciate it. Thanks to everybody in the channel. 805, thank you very much for chiming in when you've chimed in. Angela, if you're still listening, thanks for hopping on and adding some conversation to this. This was great. And thank you for introducing me to Twuan over here. This has been a good night. And if I don't go on live tomorrow night, everybody catch me on Wednesday night on the Raiders Connection with myself, LV Raider 10, Just Raiders Baby, Jay, and Cheeto Linus on the Raiders Connection at 10 o'clock Eastern, 7 o'clock Pacific, and then Raiders Coast to Coast on Thursday night with myself and LV Raider 10. It's at 10 o'clock, 10 o'clock Eastern Time, 7 o'clock Pacific. Until next time, everybody, stay positive and go Raiders.